4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ναι! Οκ.
...2020. A year unlike any other. a global pandemic, an economic recession, social unrest. It has tested our resolve, but it also has opened our eyes to how swiftly business can adapt, how dramatically the environment can heal, how resilient and connected we all are. This crisis is a call to action, a challenge to do more than return to normal. It's an opportunity to create a better normal, a world reimagined that acts on society's needs. In this new ideal, organizations are more flexible and empathetic, uplifting diverse voices, creating inclusive cultures, supporting mental and physical well-being, preparing others for the workforce of the future, helping them achieve their aspirations, and find their true purpose. In a better normal, business leaders will help rebuild trust in society, deliver solutions through ecosystems and alliances, connect people with technology in ways that amplify both, and engage stakeholders in shared and sustained value creation. In a reimagined world, business and government proactively nurture our planet's health, inspire change among those they influence, and set examples through their actions. Returning to the way of life that existed before COVID-19 would mark failure. This is our chance to repair and reshape the world in a way that works better for everyone. For 175 years, Deloitte has helped people, clients, and communities adapt to and embrace what's next. That journey continues with new challenges, but the same purpose: to make an impact that matters.
The most important thing during the natural disaster is communication. And we will keep standing behind the client to restore the systems.
说我们在这个公司的价值体系理想呢，是要为人类服务，不是为金钱服务。说我们从芯片到系统，我们完全可以自己来担负起来这个东西。等到全部都5G化以后，信息的这个价格就会降下来，这样是让农村的孩子啊、贫穷的孩子啊都有条件能在网上看见这个世界，提高他们素质，他们将来为人类创造财富的能力就会增强。
Η καινοτομία ξεκινά όταν κάτι πρωτότυπο συνδυάζει τη γνώση με πρωτοποριακές τεχνολογίες, πηγαίνει πέρα από προϊόντα και διαδικασίες, αλλάζοντας τον τρόπο με τον οποίο οι άνθρωποι εργάζονται, συνδέονται και επικοινωνούν. Καινοτομία είναι να ζεις πραγματικά στο cloud, έτσι ώστε οι πληροφορίες να μετατρέπονται σε γνώση τη στιγμή που τις χρειάζεσαι για να αντλείς αξία από κάθε εργασία, κάθε συναλλαγή, κάθε μέρα. Καινοτομία είναι να μπορείς να τρέχεις ολόκληρη την επιχείρησή σου από παντού, με το πάτημα ενός κουμπιού, οποιαδήποτε στιγμή, μέσα από οποιαδήποτε συσκευή. Καινοτομία είναι όταν μπορείς να συνδέεσαι με την ταχύτητα του τώρα με οτιδήποτε, έτσι ώστε οι συνεργασίες σου να μετατρέπουν τις καθημερινές ευκαιρίες σε πραγματικά αποτελέσματα. Καινοτομία είναι όταν πίσω από όλη την τεχνολογία βρίσκεται μια νέα πλατφόρμα ειδικά σχεδιασμένη για να προσφέρει μια μοναδική εμπειρία σε κάθε χρήστη ξεχωριστά. Καινοτομία είναι όταν μπορείς να δεις σήμερα πώς πρέπει να είναι η επιχειρηματική εμπειρία στο μέλλον, μετατρέποντας κάτι ήδη εξαιρετικό σε κάτι ακόμα καλύτερο για ακόμη μια φορά. Με απλά λόγια, καινοτομία δεν είναι να κοιτάς μπροστά. Καινοτομία είναι να είσαι μπροστά.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in the third day of the Digital Economy Forum. We're going to start today with the sessions regarding the European perspective and the promotion of the European way of life. And then Mr. Pierakakis and Mr. Katsis, we are going to speak about the next day for Greece. Let's see what happened yesterday. Let's see the highlights of yesterday.
Αξιότιμοι προσκεκλημένοι, κυρίες και κύριοι, εκ μέρους της ΕΠΕ, θα ήθελα να σας καλωσορίσω στη δεύτερη μέρα του Digital Economy Forum 2020, χτίζοντας την Ψηφιακή Ελλάδα Virtual Edition, και να σας ευχαριστήσω θερμά για την ανταπόκριση.
Θα ήθελα να σας ευχαριστήσω για την πρόσκληση να απευθυνθώ στη σημερινή συζήτηση.
Καλημέρα σας. And thank you to SEPE.
Κύριε Σταϊκούρα, ο λόγος σας.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, θέλω αρχικά να ευχαριστήσω τον ΣΕΠΕ για την τιμητική πρόσκληση και να τον συγχαρώ για τη διοργάνωση για ακόμα μία χρονιά του Digital Economy Forum.
Ο λόγος στον κύριο Δήμα. Ελάτε κύριε Δήμα για το εισαγωγικό σου σημείο. Ελάτε.
Θα σας πω ότι η επένδυση στην έρευνα και την καινοτομία είναι εξαιρετικά σημαντική.
Στον Υφυπουργό Ψηφιακής Διακυβέρνησης, κύριε Ζαριφόπουλο, στο εισαγωγικό σημείο. Ελάτε.
Καλησπέρα σας και καλώς ήλθατε στην ενότητα του Digital Economy Forum, του φετινού Digital Economy Forum.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την τιμή να είμαι σήμερα μαζί σας στο Digital Economy Forum 2020.
Τον κύριο Λουμάκη, τον κύριο Μάνο και τον κύριο Καμάρα και να τους καλησπερίσω κιόλας και να τους ευχαριστήσω για τη συμμετοχή τους στο πάνελ αυτό. Ελπίζω να κάνουμε μια ενδιαφέρουσα κουβέντα.
We'll start right away in our third day with the Deputy President for the Promotion of European Way of Life, Mr. Margaritis Chinas from Brussels. Good afternoon, everyone. Dear friends, it is my pleasure and honor that you invited me to inaugurate the third day of this very successful forum. I have to say that this is the best time ever for the subjects related to digitization. Not only because this year, 2020, has been a year which functioned as an accelerator of our familiarization with technology, at least as regards major population groups, from the elementary school up to our grandparents. In 2020, all of us, we became experts in high technology. But also, this is a milestone year for the formulation of an integrated European approach into digital transformation. Beyond any doubt, as von der Leyen, our president, said regarding the European Union, this decade will be the great digital decade for Europe. Part of this favorable coincidence at the national level for our country as regards digital transformation, which is now under consultation, as you're having the ministers after me, will reflect the ambitions and the readiness of Greece to play a dynamic role in this new emerging European effort. So I would like to seize the opportunity today in this speech that I can give you in this third day of your Digital Economy Forum to speak about the European standard to this digital transition, the European way, in other words. In Europe, it is our duty to ensure that citizens have the necessary skills for the digital transition, that our companies have the necessary financing and the necessary investments for this approach, and that this effort is complemented with easy access to digital data and content, and of course the functions and instruments to use them at the national and international level. When Europe plans the European way for digital transition, does so without wanting to imitate anyone. Our vision from the beginning was to plan and implement a standard that will be wholly European, purely European, and representing firmly the European values and the European way of life, as we know it and as we promote it in our communities. This European way of digital transformation will not refer to the market or functions for the market, but at the same time, it will boost democratic principles, our fundamental rights, and support a sustainable future. In other words, we have to ensure for our citizens that they are certain, that they are sure and safe on the net. This emerging European way to the digital transformation opens up a multitude of opportunities, not only for the European entrepreneurship, but for something that the pandemic imposed as a lesson to be learned. In other words, that Europe becomes independent in critical times. This will give us the opportunity to work towards the new digital transformation path, but at the same time, it will make the European standard as a reference point for people internationally. Allow me to give you some examples. As regards what I believe I consider as the European standard for digital transformation. We want Europe to be at the state-of-the-art of research and artificial intelligence. Already we have presented a white Bible of our first 100 days. We want to mobilize 20 million for artificial intelligence every year, including funds from the Digital Europe program, but of course Horizon programs. We want to be the first to introduce an integrated legal framework for AI, and a framework which is going to be founded on our principles, respecting the human rights and entrepreneurship, and will make clear that any algorithms that will shape the future via AI will not be at the hands of the engineers, but at the hands of the society. Human-centered of AI is going to be the rule in Europe. Another example is that we want to set the base for a modern and functional framework for all kinds of services. Yesterday only, on December 15th, the committee presented an important package of legislative proposals populating the framework of digitization, including, among others, very specific terms regarding digital platforms, as, for example, electronic purchases and social network platforms. So this package has two basic characteristics. First, Digital Services Act, which introduces a series of harmonized European rules prioritized according to size and impact of such services. For example, rules related to the illegal purchase of goods or commodities online, or transparency, or electronic advertising, or preferred content algorithms. The second part of this package regards Digital Markets Act. This promotes healthy competition on the digital environment and creates the appropriate conditions for the equal development of startups. We want to establish very specific rules, especially for the big platforms, which de facto operate as moderators of this market. We want to handle illegal practices that can influence consumers. These practices, Europe-wise, include, for example, the response against the illegal use of data from competitive companies operating on such platforms, or situations where we find ourselves trapped within a specific service. Yesterday's documents are very important in a legal sense, so you chose the best time to hold your conference. Let me now enter to another chapter of digital transformation, where my expertise is bigger. How to build a strong and robust framework of digital safety. We submitted our proposals just a few hours ago, so your timing is excellent on this subject too. This parameter, which has come out from strong work, regards digital safety. Europe wishes to create a European safety community. We can understand that this is absolutely necessary nowadays. It is necessary not only as a part of a successful market, but also as a shield of the users, the citizens, and the operators in this digital environment. Let me give you some European examples which make Europe willing to adopt this kind of initiatives. Last month, we had the ransomware attack in Düsseldorf hospitals, which led to one woman losing her life. This was the first death in Europe related to cyber hacking. Only last week, the European Agency for Drugs, in this critical time, just before the approval of the vaccination that we expect next week, it became the target of hackers who targeted this European moderator, the independent European moderator, on these very critical moments in time, on a subject that regards 500 million of citizens. So you understand that our defense, the European defense against cyber attacks, is very important for us as a society, as communities, and as persons. Just 2 hours ago, we had a presentation in Brussels regarding cybersecurity and our strategy. This strategy will create the shield in the hazardous landscape which develops by strengthening and enhancing the resilience of Europe. This is an integrated framework that adjusts our defenses to the world where we live in, not the world that existed 5 years ago or 15 years ago, where data were so different. At this point, let me recognize the significant initiative of the Greek government for the upgrade of the national plan for cyber safety within the strategy line 2025. So this initiative of ours today includes 2 specific legal proposals. Our recommendations regard an enhanced legal framework for digital networks and information. You all know that I'm speaking about the niche directive, which is our shield against digital menaces, threats. On the other hand, we upgrade the European directive for the protection of critical infrastructure. Because this way, we want to make Europe pioneer not only in digital safety, but in terms of harmonization in between digital threats and threats related to critical infrastructure. In the physical world. Let me close this chapter of security, cybersecurity, saying that the times of innocence for Europe are finished. We know very well that we are targets. We know that there are many who would like to see the European construction of integration fail. We know very well that we have a lot of enemies who, either as countries or as individuals, try to destabilize the European Union and take advantage of the weaknesses, but all the aforementioned are the past. From now onwards, we build a strong and resilient structure that defends itself. Let me close with the 3rd chapter of this path towards digital transformation, which is the sector of strategic investments for the digital economy. The European Union, as we know very well, has decided to support digital transformation. We have the luxury, after the historical decision of last July, ratified just last week in the summit, we have this recovery fund with enough capitals for this digital transformation. And we also have the legacy program of fiscal prospects, the NSRF, the ESPA, as we call it in Greece. These are 2 pockets from where we can absorb 3 billion in the next couple of years. This is a major opportunity for our country, a historical opportunity. These are funds that will boost our development. Never again in the last 40 years did we have so much money. But of course, adequacy of funds means more responsibilities. So we expect that the turn towards the digital transformation plus the green transformation, which is also undergoing, we have to bear in mind that we need a lot of amendments, changes. There are many issues, like, for example, the broadband coverage, where Greece yet has a lot of things to do, or the indicator of digital society, where still Greece is in delay, where, since we know that 42% of Greeks do not have access to digital services. So we need to cure these imbalances. Dear friends, the aim of digitization is not just the target for the market, but it's a target for the society as well. As regards society, we can say that this becomes even more dynamic in relation to the Digital Education National Plan, which complements this social digitization. We want digital teaching, technologies for teaching and learning to become an everyday instruments. We want coverage throughout Greece without inequalities, no matter the geographical or other particularities. We want certificates that will accelerate procedures, and we want to broaden our efforts so that all citizens be able to have these basic digital skills. Speaking about investments, let me close this chapter by saying, as I have said this many times before, if we want to achieve, to succeed in our digital revolution, technologies and infrastructures are not enough. We need to invest on people as well. So, dear friends, I would like to conclude by thanking you for honoring me to be the keynote speaker in your third day. I know SEPE, I know your association for years. I have followed your work, and I would like to congratulate you as an association and as an organizing committee for the conference that you organized and for all your work. SEPE is the digital mirror of Greece, which is courageous enough to enter the bold digital world of today and tomorrow, a country that sets high targets for today and for tomorrow. And I would like further to congratulate you, Mr. Syros, for your recent election as the head of the International Association of IT and Telecommunications Companies. It is indeed a great honor that we have a Greek chair in this association. This honor reflects onto the country as well. So, dear friends, I would like to say that this is not a one-off meeting, as we say. I want to have an open channel of communication during the 4 years of my term in digital and the physical terms. We'll have the opportunity for more meetings, discussions, and cooperations. So I wish you all success in your conference, and thank you for the invitation. Thank you for your speech and the wishes for SEPE and myself. In a few words, you described the steps that the European Union has taken. We have been waiting for them for decades. You presented all the policies and so quickly, and you gave us some very interesting news. I want to say that I wish you health and good luck in your endeavors. It is very important to follow your work as citizens and as SEPE, and we do believe that the digital technology is the only way to become productive, open, and digital. I believe that the future will show us how to go there. I do not know whether you want to say a last word, or maybe we can thank you for your valuable time. If there are any questions, I do have some time to answer them before going back to the European Parliament, where we have a discussion on about the vaccines. So let me come back to you then with a couple of questions regarding how technology is the mirror of a digital country. I believe that the high level of HR and companies should have a broadened role in the digital transformation effort. Do you believe so? And if yes, which would be this role? Sound is off. Now we have the sound back again. So I was saying, now that you can hear me, is that the human capital is a very important parameter. And of course, we have to congratulate ourselves, because Greece has the opportunity and the capability to contribute and lead the digital transformation in Europe, taking advantage of the human resources it has. The competitiveness of Greek enterprises and the new landscape that we can see in the post-pandemic times can bring them back. All those who have left during the brain drain. We see Microsoft investing in Greece. We see electrical cars, Pfizer, research and technology in Thessaloniki, Cisco, major companies investing in Greece. This is not accidental. This is actually a proof that Greece comes back, is on the investment map, the international map. And I would like to add that the country has one more advantage, that the Greek state sees digital transformation not just a pending issue from the past, but as a necessity and an opportunity. This is exceptionally significant. Let me say that we have one issue to bring these people back, because now Greece is more competitive. So the post-pandemic era will be welcoming these people coming back to work and create in Greece. Furthermore, Greece should exploit the various European actions that we plan and have European allies, especially regarding industrial data and cloud. And we should also consider that we need to focus on this revolution of skills. A digital skills revolution has to happen because the market still needs these skills. We do not produce them always exactly where we need them. And I think that this will make us better. Regarding the recovery fund, we've had a long discussion about it, and we expect that it will help the European countries to change and become digital. Coronavirus was the accelerator of this thought. How are we going to correctly use the resources within the recovery fund? How the companies, the state, will take advantage of these resources? In the past, we have seen some procedures that were rather cumbersome. How can we help small and medium enterprises, digital skills, the society to benefit? This is indeed a very important subject. We have an open discussion today, so we have to say that wherever we have a lot of opportunities and resources, then the expectations are higher and threats and risks are higher as well. Throughout the last 40 years, where Greece is within the European Union, and now it's the first time that it has two very important financial tools, the NSRF as we know it, and the Recovery Fund on the other pocket. Maybe we're very happy that now we have a lot of money for everyone and for everything to do, but as correctly you say, it's very important that we clarify what is eligible and for which purpose. It would be a mistake, in my opinion, if the NSRF, the legacy program, with its weaknesses, with the bureaucratic character it has, with the regional competitions, it would be wrong to transfer this logic of the ESPA structure, the NSRF structure, on the Recovery Fund, which is a new financial instrument, because the logic has to be very different there. The Recovery Fund is focused on the new economy. So it wouldn't be useful to spend monies from the Recovery Fund for projects that can be realized from the NSRF, infrastructures, for example. On the contrary, digital transformation and green growth, which are the two major priorities for Europe, need the flexibility of the Recovery Fund. They cannot find such resilience in the NSRF. So our recommendation would be that we and you should clarify what goes where and how, and accordingly target your funding. I also have a second observation to make. It is very important that we continue with the implementation of structural reforms at the same time with the investments of the Recovery Fund. Many times in the past, we fell into the trap to finance designs which were premature in relation to the market reforms. So we saw industrial parks which actually were ghosts, logistic centers in markets that could not operate, could not function in the end. So this is a lesson to be learned. The decade 2000-2009 was a lost decade, and this accelerated the crisis that came. We have to learn these lessons and not repeat them any further. Public investments scattered around to various projects without the reforms that will make them successful is something to avoid by any means. One more thing, we need to learn from what we have suffered in the past, not to repeat the same mistakes, and both the state and the private sector should see how we can support our better future. The pandemic has shown us that the market and the state have cooperated perfectly. We did have some problems, and we managed to overcome them. And for the first time, we didn't have this rivalry in between us. On the contrary, we had a very balanced cooperation. We just wanted to do things right. And the result was that we supported the economy and society, especially the vulnerable populations and entrepreneurship. I would like to thank you warmly for your presence, your time, more than the time planned. Thank you for the news that you mentioned and the policies that you explained. I hope that our future is going to be bright and that will change Europe so that it will become a standard for the rest of the world. Thank you. Good success. Thank you.
We will go ahead now with the next session and with Mr. Pierakakis, Minister of State and Digital Governance, as well as Mr. Katsis, MP of Thesprotia.
Όχι, όχι, δεν έχουμε site, όχι, όχι. Γεια σας, γεια σας. Ρε με το site. Πρέπει να δω τι θα κάνω κάποια στιγμή.
It's now or never. Come hold me tight. Kiss me, my darling. Be mine tonight. Tomorrow will be too late. It's now or never, my love. It's now or never. Come hold me tight. Kiss me, my darling. Be mine tonight.
Η στιγμή να μπει η επιχείρησή σου στον ψηφιακό κόσμο είναι τώρα. Και στην Κοσμοτέ θα βρεις τα κατάλληλα ψηφιακά εργαλεία και τις υπηρεσίες που ανταποκρίνονται στις δικές σου ανάγκες. Για να μπορεί η επιχείρησή σου να λειτουργεί αποτελεσματικά πάντα.
Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
When the sun shines, its light reveals the world in full color. But the sun radiates more than just the visible spectrum we call sunlight. It also radiates hidden electromagnetic energy. What can you do with the energy you can't see? You can heat your dinner, talk to a friend half a world away, enjoy a clean glass of water, the potential is limitless. Like the sun's energy, data streams into your organization, and much of it remains invisible and unused. But this data is full of bright possibilities for those who can see them. Using all your data can illuminate opportunities to reimagine business models, product innovations, customer experiences, and the world. By widening your spectrum of usable data, you can do so much more with it. More importantly, it can do so much more for you. Dell Technologies knows data.
Κάθε επιτυχία θέλει αφοσίωση, μέθοδο, σχεδιασμό, λύσεις. Θέλει διαδικασία. Τη νούμερο 1 ελληνική εταιρεία παροχής καινοτόμων συμβουλευτικών υπηρεσιών με διεθνή δραστηριότητα που γίνεται ένα με την αγορά και τις ανάγκες κάθε επιχείρησης. Με πάνω από 22 χρόνια εμπειρίας και ανωδικής πορείας, η διαδικασία ΑΕ παρέχει εξειδικευμένες λύσεις, πάντα με γνώμονα τα υψηλά επαγγελματικά standards της. Δημιουργούμε. Παρέχουμε υπηρεσίες και τεχνογνωσία που επιστρέφουν αξία, υψηλή ποιότητα και σεβασμό στις ανάγκες του πελάτη, σε συνδυασμό με υπηρεσίες και εργαλεία που φέρνουν ουσιαστικά αποτελέσματα. Γιατί διαδικασία σημαίνει συνεργασία, σημαίνει επιτυχία, σημαίνει αξία.
Big data that would always get bigger, ever increasing, ever expanding. Every car, a sensor. Every phone, a suggestion. Every region, a cloud. Everything, a thing. Data was the golden promise of the information age. But more informed does not equal more intelligent. It's time to move to a new age, the age of insight. Now, insights can combine with other insights. And ideas can have ideas. Everything from edge to cloud can be connected by a single force, revealing opportunities you never knew were there. For smoother experiences, more intuitive products, and services yet to be imagined. Now entire workflows can move faster, powered by supercomputers built to the task. Solutions delivered as a service, from analysis at the edge to operations in the cloud. Wherever your data, wherever your applications, they'll be faster, accessible, and secure, bringing everything in sight. Welcome to the age of insight.
Good afternoon again. So we go ahead with the next day of Digital Greece. We have with us Mr. Kyriakos Pierakakis, Minister of Digital Governance. Welcome. Thank you very much for being to this forum. Whatever we've heard so far from the Prime Minister and Mr. Schinas are wonderful, and we want to see how we as Greece are going ahead in this path of digital Greece. One moment, because there is no sound apparently. Maybe your microphone is muted. We cannot hear you yet. Just allow us 1 second to solve this technical issue, Minister. One moment, Minister.
Για να δοκιμάσουμε λοιπόν τώρα, κύριε Υπουργέ.
So let's try it once again.
Καλύτερα, όχι.
Apparently it's not solved yet.
Να δοκιμάσουμε πάλι.
Δυστυχώς ακόμα δεν έχουμε εικόνα, αλλά δεν έχουμε ήχο, κύριε Υπουργέ.
Unfortunately, we only have image but no sound. Let's wait a few more minutes.
Τώρα με ακούτε καλύτερα.
I guess we're fine now. Okay, let's try it. Fine. We can hear you. So first of all, it's really a pleasure being here today at this event organized by CEPE. Of course, since we all know what's happening outside, it takes place virtually. We've had a very dense and intense year with many changes when it comes to digital governance. So very quickly, I'd like to mention some of the big changes this year. We have experienced them in any way. Overall, with the new services that we have created, GovGR has been from the very start a portal to serve citizens. GovGR today has 740 different services. We started with 501 that were already there last March. And we see that it is embraced by citizens on a daily basis. Very quickly, we'll go up to 1,000 services. The interaction of citizens with the state is very good. Most of the interfaces will go there, and GovGR will become an app on our mobile phones. The Prime Minister said so from this event of CEPE. We'll be one of the very few countries with such an app, and we will go on building on this platform and on this app. Today it's a symbolic day for many reasons. Today we have the auction sale completed for the 5G. We're entering the era of 5G in Greece. I think that we have kept into the calendar we had set in 2019 that by the end of 2020 we will have completed the tender. We've done that for the very first time. We had 4 frequency bands tendered at the same time. We had more than 70 administrative and legislative acts with a sprint of many days in order to reach this conclusion. We are certain that 5G will be a train we're not going to miss. Many changes have occurred on many sectors of the economy and information system. With open data, we'll have a platform very soon with anonymous databases of the Greek state available to all businesses and Greek citizens, in the same way that we started using our normal data in order to deduce some conclusions to help us trace our policies. I think all that will improve people's skills. It will be done by this upskilling. We have 20 different courses about that. Programmers say that this design logic is an agile logic. It goes step by step with a lot of deliverables built one upon another. This is what qualifies our strategy. And as I hear from the Parliament, there are many bets in front of us. We have the Recovery Fund, we have the Bible of Digital Reform, which is now public and in consultation, codifying over 400 IS projects for the next 4 years. For the first time, we have access to so much money for information system. We had structural funds in the past, European and other fundings from EU programs, but never so many possibilities, so much potential. It's like a Marshall Plan to us now. So the big bet for us now will be going ahead with the strategy of the many smaller projects with a big added value to tender mega projects as well. And we will tender as many projects as possible so that within these 4 years, the country may reach the target and win the bet placed in order to enter to the new digital era. Of course, along with the Recovery Fund and the Bible, we also have the big bet of vaccination, which will maybe it is bridged in our mind with the Ministry of Health, but it's not just the healthcare factor. It's also a bit of the supply chain, of the digital governance, and we're helping the Ministry of Finance in order to achieve this huge process. It's maybe the most difficult drill of the supply chain after the Second World War. Many people have to be inoculated in a very short period of time, and I believe that what we all understand, especially during this year of the pandemic, is that digital means are not coming from the future, as used to be the public discourse in Greece. It's the now. What has already started, and now we're looking forward to the future and its interaction, the interaction of technologies with the state. So information system is assisting the state in simplifying and facilitating processes of the state. And for the very first time, I think there is a coordinated constellation, let's say. We have the budget, we have the possibility, we have everything that can make us certain that we're going to win the bet. It's true, Minister, that you were very dense in presenting the government policies on this issue. And it's true that we're talking about a digital first, technology everywhere, technology throughout the activities, whether that is the public sector or the private sector. And the initiative taken by your ministry to help out all government activities, especially now during the coronavirus, I think that it covered a need that everybody embraced. I don't know if you needed to comment something else before we relieve you. If you want to have an epilogue, I'd like to say that I want to thank you once again for the opportunity to address the members of CEPE and your audience at large. We have not won the bet yet, so I'm going to stay there in closing. The strategy is there. We have the legislation with regard to e-communications and digital governance. We have a huge consent. So it's worth the credit, to all political parties that supported and contributed to this initiative. This is a framework where we can have investment on infrastructure, we can have consent, the state can become stronger. It's about everybody. I think that information systems help us being more effective, help people having equal opportunities. It helps disabled people. It helps a lot. And everyone, it is digital first indeed. And it is true that all the policies are quite dense and there is a cumulative effort of the country, even for systems that were there in the past but were extended. They seem to be more than what we could do, because many of them were pending. And I'm telling you again that we've done a first big step. More will be done in the future. We have the strategy, we have the planning, we have the possibilities. I know that CEPE is on our side. Your members, we need them to assist us because we will do it together, all of us together in unison. Yes, it's a very good thing to have the cooperation, and within this crisis we were able to cooperate and solve many problems. We'd like to thank you once again very warmly for your presentation, for your speech, and I'm sure that next time we speak we'll have over 1,000 services for our citizens. Thank you so much. So we'll go ahead now with Mr. Marios Katsis, head of the sector of digital governance of Syriza political party and MP of Thesprotia. Good afternoon, Mr. Syros. Can you hear me? Yes, thank you so much for being with us, accepting our invitation. It's my pleasure and it's my honor to be even virtually as a participant in this event. Thank you so much for this invitation. Okay, at least technology brings us together, you know. Yes, though human contact cannot be replaced. But if you allow me, ladies and gentlemen, this Digital Economy Forum 2020, organized by CEPE, has now its 25th anniversary. It's more timely than ever, although this is a very difficult financial and a health conjuncture. It's more timely than ever for the reasons that we all know, and that have been already analyzed by previous speakers. With the pandemic, we all understood that the state, the governance and economy have to be digitalized. With the Recovery Fund, 20% of the extra budget goes to digital transformation. And it is certain that we need to change the productive model of the country, turning more into innovation and technology, since tourism is not the model that can survive in our country just alone. In the forum and the conference, Alexis Tsipras and the ex-Minister of Finance, Mr. Haritis, have already talked about the productive model that we believe in and work on. So let me focus on how we see and how we design the effective and optimal exploitation of the financial inflows to the country. These funds exceed the horizon of this term of office. So we need a minimum consent on a strategic political planning. It has to be agreed by all stakeholders, even CEPE, so that we may avoid these non-continuity issues. As I've said last time when I was there in the general meeting of CEPE, we are now going into a dialogue with very specific proposals. We were there before it was even done. We had already established a digital strategy from 2016 to 2020 with a lot of unfrozen budgetary lines allocated to digital transformation. That was acknowledged by the current government, which continues and is based on that project. So the philosophy and the objectives governing our plan are about four main values and principles. Let me analyze them before I tell you what the actions are. First of all, the country should not just be a consumer of solutions, but it should create the circumstances and initiatives in order to have internal productive operations that may create goodwill. And this is also imposed macroeconomically if we consider that if the country does not produce digital instruments and means, but buys them or imports them, that will have a negative impact for the commercial balance, creating more deficit, as was the case in 2010. And we see that we have a double-digit deficit right now. Second axis, we need to have targeted programs with transparency and criteria that will activate startups and SMEs, such as the ones that are the spinal cord of CEPE. We should not just depend from big digital groups. Then the third axis is the acceleration of e-governance, and we should promote SMEs into integrating modern solutions centrally provided. Fourth axis would be to seize any inequalities and any discrimination with regard to access to knowledge, to digital exclusion, and to safety and security of digital services. We also need the upskilling for all citizens and to the training of workers that in the near future will be off the labor market. So we need to be inclusive and not to create a new kind of inequalities. A fifth axis would be that we need to enforce GDPR and the safety of people against data mining and malware that lead to a digital totalitarianism. Fourth axis is to exploit scientists by giving them tax incentives and other incentives in order to improve also labor rights in information system sector in order to reverse brain drain. To us, good working conditions are a growth factor, since devaluating labor on the national level harms growth. These are the main objectives that should be there for a succinct plan for the country. We should turn the productive model and contribute to an inclusive development for everyone. Now, if you allow me, I can give you some projects concretely. It's very important to deal with certain priorities that are important. As an opposition, we're going to give our proposal about growth strategy and about development per se. It's important because we believe that at some point the government has many mistakes of the past that are repeated. Many actions and many projects are specialized. On the first axis, we have a new networks, broadbands. We also have ultra-fast broadbands with leverage over private capitals. Fiber to the building, fiber to the phone. A second action is to create telemedicine with interface of hospitals and primary care units, meaning the telemedicine in order to connect islands and remote areas with leased lines. Then it's the optimization of cloud services of the public sector by extending data center servers. Then we need to optimize cyber insurance and the blockchain for the protection of document health and research clouds, which are government clouds. And finally, protect the network so that by broadband services by CISFCIS through EVET to go ahead and protecting that. Then we need to simplify processes and services in the interface of the citizens and the state. We should avoid queuing. We should be more effective in servicing citizens, and we need to enhance transparency in the public administration. We want to have an interoperability hub created connecting. One moment. If you allow me, there is a lot of noise in the background. There is a lot of noise in the background. You said noise. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry to bother you. Is it better now? Maybe I should keep my microphone closer. So I was saying that we need an interoperability hub connecting all registers of the public sector, providing services to OTA. Second target is to complete the digitalization of EFCA. We have the digital applications. Then we also have the CIVE, Central CIVE, and the extension of 150 digital signatures for public servants, civil servants. We needed to record processes in the ministries in order to change them and put them into workflows that will facilitate and speed up processes. And we also needed to have workflows in the decentralized areas. Then we also needed to have intelligence agriculture. We needed to reproduce and extend this project in order to have more land to be cultivated with telemetric stations of meteo data. With algorithm, they will be able to produce free of charge advice for farmers on applications and open data. This is very important. It will reduce the cost of production. Then we need smart cities projects in cooperation with municipalities from everywhere. This will probably end the problem of downgrading the cities. We need to have investments on the Internet of Things applications. We're not talking about parking, but we're talking about Wi-Fi. We're talking about satellite data. It's also about using SysFX2 for all broadband services and servicing citizens alternatively in the cases where this is necessary in order to accelerate processes. Another project is to extend telematic and transportation in order to serve citizens and visitors and tourism by having a combined transportation. There are two cities projects, the reform of urban services of Thessaloniki and the inter-urban buses. We also need to have a GPS tracking system in a cave for the ambulances. This will make them respond very quickly in moving victims. Another axis which is very important is digital entrepreneurship, especially for SMEs. The way that EU funds were allocated in the previous years, this did not have the correct impact. They were not entering the market with the qualifications. So this is why we need central solutions by the chambers to their members in order to have scale economies and in order to have some central coordination. I'm very sorry, but there is a lot of noise from microphones that are on. Maybe they should be shut, please, because otherwise I cannot isolate the voice of the speaker. It is almost impossible. I'm very sorry. I'm doing my best. So clouds of services with incentives for digital transformation, adaptation of AVR technologies, and trying to have access to computer systems, protecting sensitive data, personal data with B2B and B2C services, cybersecurity services, enhancing tourist businesses, especially SMEs, in order to have on the edge material and promotion of the tourist material on a platform. And finally, for 100 tourist destination audiovisual content, 5K analysis, drones, AI, VR. So all this goes into this action. And last axis, Mr. Sirius, and I'm very sorry to abuse your time, but I think it's very important to talk to Seve about this. the upskilling and exclusion of exclusion and of inequalities. We can have educational programs that will bring citizens together with the technologies. We need to be able to have tutorials, remote tutorials, covering timely issues such as teleeducation that created a lot of insecurity to many citizens right now, safe navigation on the internet, GovGR touring, etc. Finally, re-education of citizens in works that are going in positions, job positions that are going to be extinct. And for internet speed, for 4 years, we can have improvement to 100 megabps plus free of charge program for 4G connectivity with equipment for household hotspots in order to service more than one students. And by exploiting CISFX's platform, we can help protect all personal data of students, doing the risk analysis in order to avert any kind of malware. In closing, I'd like to tell you that all the above are the priorities of digital reform in our country. We know that the present government and the Ministry of e-governance has now in consultation the Bible of digital transformation. We salute this. And our contribution is all the suggestions that I just described. And myself, in my hat, and Syriza, as a political party, we're open into consultation with all the stakeholders, political, civil, or not. And I'd like to ask your help and your feedback on these thoughts and activities that we suggest. In closing, I'd like to wish you all the best in this digital forum of yours, and hopefully in 2021 we're going to have a great productive year for all of us. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Katsis. Hopefully it will be a very good year. And thank you so much for enumerating all the activities for us, SEPE, for 25 years. Technology, we've always seen, is always ahead of us. So in this context, we have worked with you and with the state at large. We are also at your disposal for anything that has to do with the improvement of the relations between citizens, businesses, and the state. Thank you so much, and a Happy New Year.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue now with a new moderator, Mr. Orfanos, General Secretary of SEPE, and Mr. Christopoulos and Mr. Anagnostopoulos are going to be the speakers.
Labradoodles, cronuts, skorts.
It's a skirt and shorts.
The world loves a hybrid. So do businesses. So today, they're going hybrid with IBM. A hybrid cloud approach lets them use Watson AI to modernize without rebuilding and bring all their partners and customers together in one place. That's why businesses from retail to banking are going with a smarter hybrid cloud, using the tools, platform, and expertise of IBM.
Can data inspire us to achieve what once seemed impossible? We believe the potential of a data-driven world is infinite. Oceans of information processed in the blink of an eye. Novel approaches to intractable challenges. Insights that fuel breakthrough innovation. Previously undreamed of results. It's all in the data. The possibilities are endless. Researchers identify cures for cancer. Agrobiologists create smart hives to provide food security for the planet. Aid organizations deliver relief faster. Scientists mitigate climate change, and utilities provide safer, cleaner energy. New business models build entirely new industries. It's in the data. In a cloud-enabled world, machine learning combines with human ingenuity, and the possible becomes achievable. At Oracle, we help people find the value in data so that they can achieve the extraordinary.
Last night I had a weird dream. Yeah, you were a small. I feel please won't make you cry, and that's when I say.
Good afternoon. Here we are to continue with our digital forum. We have with us Mr. Leonidas Christopoulos, General Secretary, and Mr. Demosthenis Anagostopoulos, General Secretary. Okay, everyone can take the floor for in order to speak about what your ministry is doing. Mr. Christopoulos. Secretary General for Digital Governance and Simplification of Procedures. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very useful and interesting discussion. I would like to thank you for the invitation. This conference is entitled Looking for a Better Future. That's what I want to speak about, why we indeed can look forward into a better future. As representatives of the state, we have to accept something that is an axiom in the market. In order to achieve something, maybe you have to fail first. And maybe you'll need to try a lot. But these are exactly the circumstances so that a better future can come. In the digital environment and in any environment. So the question is, are the conditions mature enough in order to materialize this digital future? Not so much. I'm going to speak not so much as a man of technology, but as a man of administration. I believe that after a lot of failures and successes, we can say that we now have the proper conditions so that we can go towards the digital future. If we could change the conditions in the market, this would be through technology. Because technology breaks the internal structures and changes them and gives a new face to the state. And second, the global environment leads us this way. All our visions can now become realities. So, both the internal and the external environment are items of a plan. The legacies in the Ministry of Digital Transformation are here because we can build a lot of new knowledge on the knowledge of the past. This vision is very significant for us. We want a digitalized state and productive forces supported by technology. And we're speaking about the core strength that changes all kinds of structures. For this digital transformation is a bet to be won with all institutions in our support. We have, of course, to experiment if we want to change anything. And that's what we wanted to do. Because we wanted to create the appropriate governance system that will have the tools for the best implementation. That's why we say that our ministry has given the momentum to the country to change. For 18 months now, we have worked on several pillars that are interrelated. The first is the institutional pillar with interventions like, for example, the Bill of Law for Digital Governance that was recently voted in the Parliament. And of course, the strategic documents related to where we are leading, where we're going in the next years. This is very important because it takes place in a broad consultation with the whole society. It's important because this is going to be published at the end of the year, this directive for consultation with the public. The aim is to have the preconditions so that any artificial intelligence technologies are centered on human dignity and rights. At the same time, promoting those sectors that can benefit from AI. The second pillar is the financing. We have been paying a lot of effort in order to find the best way to absorb the 6 billion in the next 2 years from the Recovery Fund, the Festos Fund, and the NSRF, and the new OP. These are tools that can help us change the business environment, no matter what the mistakes that have been made in the past, that will not be repeated. The bet is to be able to construct a scheme to administer all these new technology and the new know-how that has been accumulated. The third pillar is the policies that prepare the ground for digital transformation. I would include 3 acts here. Open data, which will improve the OpenGov.gr from 2014 for the Ministry of and the cloud-first policy, and of course, digitization and simplification of gov.gr. Now I would like to speak about the skills of human resources. The investment for the development of digital skills to those populations that lay behind. Everything is reflected on the indicator of trust and between the investors. The various indicators show that Greece has now developed a lot within the last 2 years. But of course, in these very difficult times, we have a lot of advantages to show. It is thus a critical time, but also a time with opportunities. We can capitalize on the successes of the recent future so as to reach better structures for the development after the pandemic. This is a program that we have already planned, and we want to create a very successful digital future. Thank you very much. I am here for any question. Thank you, Mr. Christopoulos. Mr. Anagnostopoulos, how will you prioritize your work in the General Secretariat for Information Systems? Let me start saying that I would like to thank you for the invitation. I have been in this sector for many years. We have met many times in various conferences speaking about the way forward. For the first time, after so many years, we are in the position to speak about actual changes. and our digital future, which now is planned for a better life. It is true that based on the experience of the past, one can work on the successes and exploit the international practices. This can be done in a better way within the ministry so that we can offer digital services to our country. What was not so easy in the past was interoperability in between systems. In order to do so, we need political will and an effort to plan based on integrated resources. Our actions relate to the citizens and their service, but also the organization of the state. We shouldn't forget that no matter how much we progress, we have to accelerate so as to reach our targets. Our country has to become more favorable for investments and technology endeavors. This is the way forward. You all know the Microsoft investment in our country. This is a good advertisement showing that Greece has turned the page and now the prospects are better. Many of the actions might not be visible right away, but they are actions related to infrastructures and foundations, enhancing the basic services that the citizens can receive. Let me give you an example. Interoperability. You know that gov.gr gives a lot of electronic services to the citizen, and the citizen can work better than in the past. Gov.gr can do things that are not so visible, but are very useful for the citizen. For example, the citizen can collect documents, etc., without even visiting the competent offices. The citizen can just decide that they want to submit a request, and all the documents will be delivered to their computer. The Interoperability Center means that we have a central communication and we can utilize our certifications in the best way. Of course, in order to succeed in any transformation, we need people. And it is the people who have managed throughout the pandemic so that the systems can last, in a robust manner, to provide safety, security, and seamless operation of the state. So we have to thank all these people who have worked to reach this stage. Some of the sectors that have to be emphasized in the future in the Recovery Fund would be interoperability first, because the state needs to interconnect all its services so that all documents, certificates, etc., can be delivered to the citizen without any effort. This is good for entrepreneurship. A second thing would be infrastructures And via the cloud policy, we can have the opportunity to centralize the state's systems with economies of scale and with the provision of services. And also platforms and services can be used, which until now were not delivered. Another direction would be digital continuity. Investing in modernization and infrastructures is important so that we can ensure the seamless operation of continuous service. Disaster sites have to be developed so as to be 100% safe. In the level of open data and data analysis, we have to work further so as to be able to support our decision making. We have a lot of people who are graduates of universities and have excellent skills, as Greece ranks as sixth in IT skills of university graduates. We have to use these people so that we can take advantage and exploit the technology to our benefit. We don't want these people to just support us. We want them to have new ideas and share them with us. Entrepreneurship means creativity. The infrastructures that we have planned are many. Of course, we have the cloud where all states' services will be connected. Or e-prescription, which provides very good opportunities, and it's going to be very important to organize vaccinations. We also have a lot of structures that take us forward. We try our best so as to add to the way forward for a better country, for a digital country in the next day. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Anagnostopoulos. We have cooperated with both of you for many years in SEPE, and I would like to ask you, are you going to proceed to big data, cloud, and AI in public administration? This is a big bet, both in Greece and in other countries. We need to utilize whichever technology is the best. It's important that first we know what kind of capacities are available. And we want to be certain that the bodies, the entities of the state, are in the position to utilize them. At the level of the ministry, we have the capability to have services, public cloud services, software and hardware, to exploit in the best way, so that all public entities to be able to utilize the tools that we'll give them. For this reason, hybrid cloud services can be planned so that the services can be given at different levels as a service or as infrastructure. All countries are going this way, and so this is the way for us as well. Thank you. One question for Mr. Christopoulos. What about the Festos Fund, the 5G infrastructure and AI? What are your policies? As we have said already, in several events, Festos Fund is a very important innovation Europe-wise. It has been created so that we can use part of the resources in order to support the ecosystem of enterprises in the sector of new technologies. One important part which is considered I consider to be a very good idea for Festos is that it will give the opportunity to startups to proceed to proof of concept of their product before major organizations of the state after their approval. So their products can be used by the state under specific terms. This is a rather innovative element that gives the opportunity to many applications to be tested in various organizations. For example, in the sector of transports. So our policy is that the fund can support entrepreneurship as a financial instrument, utilizing resources, and as a support for the proof of concept of their products or services. Another question. But however, I would need a very quick answer because we are running late. Mr. Christopoulos, how are we going to accelerate the implementation of projects? And second, is there any care for compensation of the committees so as to evaluate the tenders? Already we have started a process, both as regards the recovery fund and the structural funds, so that actions have become mature early on, so that we can simplify burdens and cut off burdens and digitize them so that the tenders run faster and the projects to be materialized. At the central level, the government has set some committees that try to accelerate procedures, and I would say that we are one of the first countries that have implemented already the design for the recovery phase. So we monitor all stages of the contracts, pre and after contractual phases, so that as to accelerate the procedure. This is an exercise that the whole country has to do, and it's an unprecedented task. Very soon we'll have very important changes to announce. Mr. Anagностopoulos, the last comment for this session. I was always in favor of the Greek workers. I think that the work that Greeks can invest in this endeavor is great. Indeed, the committees have to work long hours and a lot. It would be feasible for some fees to be thought of, but we are not in this position yet. As regards IT, our ministry has given new boost in what happens, and we have to seize the opportunity to change page for Digital Greece. Thank you both. We heard two very important speakers. We always hear promises throughout the last few years, but I think that this is the first time that the promises are implemented right away. Thank you very much for your presence. I would like to thank all participants, and we are now having a short break, and then we'll have two more sessions, two parallel streams. The first stream is going to focus on digital governance, and the second stream will focus on the digital services in health.
A year unlike any other. A global pandemic, an economic recession, social unrest. It has tested our resolve, but it also has opened our eyes to how swiftly business can adapt, how dramatically the environment can heal, how resilient and connected we all are. This crisis is a call to action, a challenge to do more than return to normal. It's an opportunity to create a better normal, a world reimagined that acts on society's needs. In this new ideal, organizations are more flexible and empathetic, uplifting diverse voices, creating inclusive cultures, supporting mental and physical well-being, preparing others for the workforce of the future, helping them achieve their aspirations and find their true purpose. In a better normal, business leaders will help rebuild trust in society, deliver solutions through ecosystems and alliances, connect people with technology in ways that amplify both, and engage stakeholders in shared and sustained value creation. In a reimagined world, business and government proactively nurture our planet's health, inspire change among those they influence, and set examples through their actions. Returning to the way of life that existed before COVID-19 would mark failure. This is our chance to repair and reshape the world in a way that works better for everyone. For 175 years, Deloitte has helped people, clients, and communities adapt to and embrace what's next. That journey continues with new challenges, but the same purpose: to make an impact that matters.
The most important thing during the natural disaster is communication. And we will keep standing behind the client to restore the systems.
说我们在这个公司的价值体系理想呢，是要为人类服务，不是为金钱服务。 说我们从芯片到系统，我们完全可以自己来担负起来这个东西。等到全部都5G化以后，信息的这个价格就会降下来，这样是让农村的孩子啊、贫穷的孩子啊都有条件能在网上看见这个世界，提高他们素质，他们将来为人类创造财富的能力就会增强。
Η καινοτομία ξεκινά όταν κάτι πρωτότυπο συνδυάζει τη γνώση με πρωτοποριακές τεχνολογίες, πηγαίνει πέρα από προϊόντα και διαδικασίες, αλλάζοντας τον τρόπο με τον οποίο οι άνθρωποι εργάζονται, συνδέονται και επικοινωνούν. Καινοτομία είναι να ζεις πραγματικά στο cloud, έτσι ώστε οι πληροφορίες να μετατρέπονται σε γνώση τη στιγμή που τις χρειάζεσαι για να αντλείς αξία από κάθε εργασία, κάθε συναλλαγή, κάθε μέρα. Καινοτομία είναι να μπορείς να τρέχεις ολόκληρη την επιχείρησή σου από παντού, με το πάτημα ενός κουμπιού, οποιαδήποτε στιγμή, μέσα από οποιαδήποτε συσκευή. Καινοτομία είναι όταν μπορείς να συνδέεσαι με την ταχύτητα του τώρα με οτιδήποτε, έτσι ώστε οι συνεργασίες σου να μετατρέπουν τις καθημερινές ευκαιρίες σε πραγματικά αποτελέσματα. Καινοτομία είναι όταν πίσω από όλη την τεχνολογία βρίσκεται μια νέα πλατφόρμα ειδικά σχεδιασμένη για να προσφέρει μια μοναδική εμπειρία σε κάθε χρήστη ξεχωριστά. Καινοτομία είναι όταν μπορείς να δεις σήμερα πώς πρέπει να είναι η επιχειρηματική εμπειρία στο μέλλον, μετατρέποντας κάτι ήδη εξαιρετικό σε κάτι ακόμα καλύτερο για ακόμη μια φορά. Με απλά λόγια, καινοτομία δεν είναι να κοιτάς μπροστά. Καινοτομία είναι να είσαι μπροστά.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you in this session about digital self-governance 2030. We have the honor to having with us Minister of the Interior Takis Theodorikakos, who will open the discussion. He will talk about digital self-governance. Welcome, Minister. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank SEPE for the great honor to invite me this forum. It's a great pleasure for me to participate, even through this presentation only, but hopefully through these common efforts. And after this digital help, maybe we can come back to our live communication and meetings. I believe that we will exit this ordeal pretty soon. I think that your initiative and the topic of discussion is very interesting. Digital transformation, digital reform is a first and foremost priority for the Greek state and our economy. We live in an era where technological advancements are really very fast. So with these great speeds, well, we should all adapt, citizens, politicians, regardless of our age, skills, career, political ideals. We must all adapt at an era where progressively we have the maturity of new tech generation, and by 2030 we should all realize that young children of today will be the citizens that will be absolutely familiar with technology and all e-applications as adults, they will be wielding the destiny of Greece and of the Greek economy. Our objective in the Ministry of Interior and the target of the government itself, and first of all, the target of the governance which has the horizontal liability for the transformation of the state. Well, the joint objective of all of us, along with governments, is to pursue this digital transformation, digital reform, in order to cover the needs of the citizens. In this way, we can close a gap of red tape and corruption that has cost billions of euros to taxpayers. We want the portals of any governance to open, to stop live services, and to replace them by immediate service of the citizens by the state without red tape, fast and reliable. What I just described, of course, for Greece is not just consideration of the future, but it is about a true reform that has started being realized on an accelerated pace. The pandemic, without a doubt, has accelerated digital reform, even in self-governments. About a year ago, we could not realize what were the consequences of this pandemic, and we did not actually know at the time that it would disseminate that much worldwide. So civil servants, municipal servants, did not know by then that they could be working by teleworking. First of all, because we wanted to protect human lives. So the Ministry of the Interior, on behalf of the state, exploited all the staff members of the public administration in order to exploit very quickly digital infrastructure and go ahead with remote working. Trying to meet the needs of this pandemic, we also had to respond very quickly to services to the citizens, and in close cooperation with the Ministry of the other ministries and the self-governments, everybody cooperated. So now we have a series of certificates. Citizens in the past had to queue, and now they're only one click away in order to have family certificates, birth certificates, and other certificates. I think that my colleague was there before me, the Minister of Digital Governance, Mr. Yorgadas, is going to speak right after, so he will tell you more about it. So, along with the Association of the Regions and the Central Association of Municipalities of Greece, we all worked together. We took an initiative, an electronic initiative, and in the end, although we could not imagine it, we had 3 million households that resolved all the things that were pending with the past. They saved 1 million euros in penalties, and we saved 160 million taxes and municipal taxes for the year to come. So we enhanced the reliability and trust of citizens to the state. And one other reform that was organized by the Ministry of the Interior is the voting of Greeks living abroad. Greeks living abroad will now digitally state in the relevant portal. In the weeks to come, we'll have all the information and we'll have a global campaign about that so that our fellow citizens can go on the lists in order to be able to vote. So all these things are only the first steps of a long way to go for digitalization that will develop our economy as well. Everything depends on how we will embrace in the act this digital revolution, digital reform. I think we should not only speak in theory, but also go into the act. So in the context of the program Ergon Anaptixis of Antonis Tritsis, we have provided for an invitation, a call of offers for projects budgeted at 130 million euros so that municipalities may modernize their acts, become digital, and change the charter of services that they can offer to their citizens. This is a very important possibility for all the municipalities of the country in order to offer high standard services to all citizens. Even in sectors where in the past we could not even think about. Only yesterday I was given the possibility to discuss with the mayor of Ceres. He's not the only one, but he's the first to have the approval of this program to go ahead with it. And I have the water measurements of the water counters. This will be very important for the water supply sector of the area. In the broader strategic planning of the country, digital reform is prevailing, is an important pillar of the recovery fund, with many actions designed and planned by the Ministry of the Interior, responding to the needs of self-government till the year 2027. These funds will be made available to local governments and they will change the picture. I know that KEDKE, along with Information System Association, have already traced the charter in order to create the platforms, in order to record and monitor the requests of the citizens. For the smart, first of all, parking, I think this is an activity that can be central for such programs, as well as intelligent transportation for a better rationalized use of the transportation fleet, real-time also operation of the flea markets, consultation about the decisions of local authorities, and I'm sure here we can have some upscaling of digital infrastructure even at schools, as well as many other actions with regard to the configuration of a space and of the territory. In our ministry, we also design an important institutional reform which is connected to digital reform. I'm talking about a multi-level governance and the enhancement of the competencies of local governments. This is an important reform which is co-configured with the Union of Municipalities and the Union of Regions in Greece, trying to put an end to the suffering of citizens and investors. The results of the consultation in this field will be ready in a few weeks. And then we will go into practice with regard to this institutional reform, which combined with the digital reform is very crucial in order to build a new state in Greece, a new digital state, sustainable, with perspective and vision for all citizens, especially the young generation. Thank you so much. I'm certain that the following speakers, like the Mayor of Athens, the President of the Central Union of Municipalities of Greece, the municipality of Athens has done a lot of work with Kostas Bakoyannis, Dimitris Papastergiou, not just as the mayor of Trikala, which is a digital city, 100%, but as the president of KEDE, he has contributed a lot. The private sector is leading this digital reform. I hope that my team will provide me with their presentations, which I believe are going to be very useful. Thank you so much. Thank you, Minister. It is an honor for us. Hopefully, we will meet live next year in this forum. Great. I would like to thank the Minister. And now we have with us, unfortunately, I'd like to say that the Deputy Minister, Mr. Georgadas of Digital Governments, would be here, but he's not going to be with us in this conversation. But we have with us Mr. Apostolos Dzikostas, President of the Association of Regions in Greece, ENPE, Mr. Dimitris Papastergiou. Thank you, Mr. Dzikostas. Now I can see you. Good afternoon. We also have with us Aristodimos Thomopoulos, Vice Chairman and Partner, Giorgos Kalamaras. Good evening, Giorgos. And Adonis Ikonomou from Microsoft. We'll start our conversation with Mr. Apostolos Dzikostas, Chairman of the Union of Regions in Greece. I'd like you to tell us, Chairman, how ENPE sees the digital future of local governments. And since you are the chairman of the European regions and municipalities, maybe you can give us a little bit a reflection of the European municipalities and regions. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, it is a great pleasure and honor to be here with you. I'd like to thank warmly SEPE for the participation and the invitation. For 25 years now, I think that along with the member businesses, you have showed that you have a very important role in our economy. You have more than 260,000 employees and a huge turnover. First of all, I'd like to say a few things about Takis Theodorikakos, the Ministry of the Interior. He is great. We have a great cooperation together. We make many steps forward along with him. And the big bet here, following the example of European countries, is to go from the regional and decentralized government to governments to the decentralized governance. All the action plans of the European Commission go through regions and municipalities. As chairman of the European Committee, along with Commissioner Petermans, we agreed to create a joint working group in order to realize the Green Deal in regions and municipalities. I was with the Commissioner Gabriel for a few weeks, and for the first time, the European Commission and the European Committee of Regions and Municipalities signed a joint action plan about innovation and education. So the role of regions and municipalities in this new start of Europe after the pandemic is crucial, as is our role in the last 10 months in all the fronts of this battle against this invisible enemy. Without a doubt, ladies and gentlemen, our best ally throughout this difficult period of time was and still is new technologies, e-services, digital tools, internet communication. Many regions have developed a broad spectrum of e-services for many needs that had to be covered due to the lockdown. In the Central Macedonia became an e-region very quickly. Many things are done electronically. Then we also brought doctors to each home with video calls. With smartphones, we were able to provide psychological support, but also amusement to many citizens. But also let me take you before the pandemic and the way that we used to work and still work in the Central Macedonia region in order to develop the innovation as an important pillar of our economy. What do? We try to bring research and the real economy together, cooperation with universities and research centers, trying to upscale their infrastructure, carrying out actions to exploit new technologies in order to make them more extrovert. We are one out of 4 European institutions that have signed an agreement with CERN, and in their tenders we have businesses that participate in those tenders from the region of Central Macedonia. With regard now to the promotion of innovation, we want to create a friendly environment for businesses. As you know, this is quite fruitful since we have big multinationals such as Pfizer, Cisco, Deloitte already invest or are about to invest in Central Macedonia, creating many good jobs. After 10 years of crisis, this is the very first time that slowly brain drain becomes a brain gain, with a new Greek scientists, young scientists who want to come back in our country. For the example of Pfizer, 25% of applications for new jobs in Thessaloniki, 1/4 that is Greeks that work abroad today. Ladies and gentlemen, the objective is digital regions and digital municipalities by 2030 that will be centers of innovation, that will be serving citizens by saving resources, that will be going back to local communities with more projects and activities. Very quickly, trying to describe the strategy and the context, the framework for this digital revolution, I will state the priorities. First, cluster of e-services for citizens. 2, full digitalization of funding according to the Recovery Fund. 3rd, simplification of red tape. 4th, friendly climate for smart businesses and startups. Then support of businesses in order to be able to exploit new technologies. 5th, lifelong technological learning. 6th, transformation of each city and region to a smart city, smart region with services for the citizens and for the visitors. And through this plexus, we want to accomplish the objective, which is to form in our country a smart environment friendly to the citizens. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, one more piece of good news. I think that the first piece of good news was last week with the Recovery Fund and the new agreement, which along with the new NSRF are important funding tools for the total digital transformation of the country. It's a big success story of the Greek government that managed to claim and succeed in getting these 72 million entering into the Greek economy. In the next year, the regions have already submitted their proposals for projects under the Recovery Fund, trying to exploit all the funds made available for projects that will be to the benefit of the local societies. We have to move faster and correctly. Then when it comes to entrepreneurship and green infrastructure, RESs, energy efficiency of buildings, clean transportation, extent of broadband connectivity to give access to everyone, modernization and digitalization of public administration, improvement of industrial production, education, training, vocational training. Well, that was the first piece of good news. The second is the agreement yesterday of the Council of Europe and the European Commission about Digital Europe, 7.5 billion euros. That will operate as a supplement to Horizon Euro and will fund actions in 5 important sectors: 2.2 billion for the new technological equipment, 2 billion for development of artificial intelligence, 1.7 billion for cyber insurance, and 1 billion for the better use of digital means, plus 600 million euros for upskilling. So these are 2.2 billion, 2 billion, 1.71 plus 600 million will contribute a great deal to the joint objective that we have set. In this program, we'll have access as a public sector, as a private sector, and businesses. So we can say that we have the tools. Now we need to work well together, to be quick, to be effective, because the reality of the things is that Greece does not have time to lose. This pandemic has to be transformed to a starting point, and it's not the first time that Greece, going through very rough times, manages to find its way, and it's not the first time that the regions of our country will be at the front line, as of the previous years in these 2 successive crises. Now we are ready once again to be, as regions and as municipalities, the locomotives for growth throughout the country for Greece the next day. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Minister. Now the President of the Local Government Association, Mr. Papasteriou. It is well known that local government has to be digital in the future. So what is your experience as mayor of Trikala and as president of the association are the municipalities digitized in our country? Good afternoon, everyone. Many of the participants are cooperating with us already. I feel as if I am in Disneyland today, because we are very optimistic in whatever we say. We have the opportunity to share our views for a brand new local government. By seeing what kind of solutions we can give to any obstacles. We have to be sincere and say that in general the Greek state is not so famous about the digital transformation work. However, we have started living in a digital way, and the cloud is going to help us. The problem is that we do not think digitally. The core of the Greek administration thinks in bureaucracy terms. For example, there are specific taxes for property, real property, for example, that cannot be easily digitized for no reason. The crisis, indeed, gives us the opportunity to change our mentality. Until the end of this pandemic, we should change our minds and understand that we have to follow this path. We have to design a digital future for the local governments. We don't want to attract people here. We don't want people coming to the mayors. We don't want to have any signposts in the city showing the way to the municipality offices. I would like everything to happen online. This is a very large bet for all of us. Municipalities need to find a way to quickly plan a set of services for their citizens so that they do not need to come to our offices. We have the tools already. The IT companies support us. Of course, we have to be careful not to design any projects that cannot be readily implement the idea. We have to take care so that we invest in initiatives that will solve real problems. The Recovery Fund is another major opportunity. 51% of the actions to be designed, which are under consultation now, will be given for for green actions and digital actions. So the digital transformation is something that will be at the focus, at the heart of every plan we make in the future. Of course, any digital transformation should go hand in hand with green transformation. We can utilize modern and simple IT tools and technologies in order to create a better way of life for our citizens. In order to do so, we need to speak the same language, the same digital language at the level of municipalities. And we can export data in a compatible way. So we can exchange information, automate services and processes, and then try to concentrate our services. A modern city, a smart city, is not the one with automatic buses. And a smart city is that which does not burden the citizens in their daily life. No matter where our citizens live, we can provide them good quality of life utilizing digital services. The technologies exist. Electrical vehicles can be one solution for transports. But if somebody comes from Athens to Trikala with an electrical vehicle, could they charge it here? This is an example showing that the municipalities have to cooperate with each other so that they can offer compatible services to all. So we need a common digital language and common planning. Of course, I think that we have started already doing so. So with the help of the Ministry of Interiors, we have already started planning the digital transformation era. We are ready for the next day. We have done already major things, and we need to speak the same digital language. We have lost some years, but we are optimistic because we have started speaking the same language. So we can found our visions on the same basis. I am sure that based on this cooperation, we can succeed. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The definition I like for smart cities is that improving the way of life in the city. Now, I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Thomopoulos. Can you give us some examples where technology improves the way of life in the city? How can this be realized? Good afternoon. I would like to approach this subject in a different way. Digital transformation is an endeavor based on 3 pillars. The technology, of course, interoperability, so as to see how we can couple all services within a municipality. The second pillar regards the institutional framework, the legislation that will be necessary so that technology can be implemented and function well. At this very moment, we are implementing a difficult but innovative project for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. To simplify the procedures of municipalities aiming at the digital transformation of the administration. It is innovative because, for the first time in history, there have been efforts to create a central database in order to record all the procedures and processes of the municipalities and the regions in the country. We have recorded already about 1,500 processes in municipalities and regions. And now we have the workflows. This means that the local government can have handy all the information that is necessary to plan all future actions. This system records the processes, their steps, the IT systems that are used by the municipalities that participate in this program. We have mountainous municipalities, island municipalities from islands, and entities with different characteristics. So we have managed to map all the steps for many processes on this data center. Of course, we don't want to digitize these processes because otherwise we would digitize red tape. This is not the point. What we need to do is to simplify processes by utilizing the European standards of processes and services in a viable life cycle so that we don't have heavy processes to burden the citizens, but simplify and unify them. So this is the next phase. Standardization of such processes will be based on European standards of interoperability. So standardization will help us increase our DAISY index, where Greece is not doing very well. After that, we are going to proceed to the technological planning in order to implement the simplified processes. This is going to be the last phase of this program. We expect it to be implemented in the first semester of 2021. So in this program, we have accumulated a lot of experience. And of course, this experience is open to everyone who would be interested to learn what we have learned. It is going to be very fruitful for all municipalities in Greece to take advantage of our work. I'm closing here by saying that the recorded processes that we already have in our database could become the seed for a model of procedures for the Ministry of Digital Transformation. So we have our workflow now. We can monitor processes, we can simplify them, and we can use technology to automate them with central registries, etc. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Thomopoulos. Now the floor to Mr. Kalamaras, CEO of Dataverse. Which is your experience in the local government?
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. I took some notes from what previous speakers said. Mrs. Nasser, who said that this is the last chance and that now we have the money. It is our last chance. There is no margin to fail. We should do our best. We know this very well. My past experience from Digital Kallikratis project, which was discontinued for many reasons, also due to the crisis. And we also see that this experience being reflected on the indices of the European Union. We rank last as a country. I know that we've made steps forward. For the first time in our political agenda, digitalization is number one. This is very important for us of the information systems people. This was a nice surprise. It's in the front line of the political agenda. The steps forward are also very important. We try to reverse this idea of long-lasting red tape, lack of vision. Mr. Thomopoulos talked about this study that records, simplifies processes. This is very important for us realizing things. All companies with the self-governments, we all know that we can do the same thing in many ways in different regions at a different pace. We also know that there is great fragmentation of systems and platforms. We don't have two local governments that use the same platforms or the same systems. We still have infrastructures since the 90s. And for 10 years, we lived in the desert. After Kallikratis project, we never did what should have been done for many reasons. It's good for us if things go fast, if local governments are strong. We should adopt compulsorily the strategy, the European framework, and all the tools of the European Union adopted by the Ministry of Digital Governance. We should adopt all these digital tools, with digital seals, digital signatures. We should be modern European regions and municipalities serving citizens and businesses throughout the European Union. We should not be talking about just one Greek municipality. We should be talking about European municipalities. Any European citizen should be able to use the digital services in Greece as simply as any Greek citizen, any Greek business can do. This is what we should do. We should develop our systems. we keep developing our systems to be able to cover digitally all the regions and all municipalities throughout Greece in order to realize digital first under this modern logic of the European Union, and that the Ministry of Digital Governance has adopted through eGov. We believe that very easily that after recording processes and simplifying procedures, very easily we can make the big strive. Since now we have the money, we have the common sense, and I heard all the speakers agree to it, to make us move forward as citizens and as enterprises. We believe that a long-standing digital strategy, as per the Bible under consultation, and the strategic design with the desirable level of the local governments, the analysis of divergences and deviations, are things that should move forward quickly. We must have an ambitious objective with a deadline. For example, in the next 4 years, 90% of services should be covered digitally through portals, but also through gov.gr. We believe that there must be a central coordination system, some kind of observatory adopted institutionally by the Ministry of the Interior. There should be a task force, some kind of central coordination effort in order not to overlap, to exploit all the resources in a productive way, to do the rollout of all digital services without any deficit. We should only have good practices, good examples, as the one of the municipality of Trikala. But all municipalities should be good examples. That's why we need operational coordination at all levels. And of course, everything that happens with regard to government projects, everybody should know that there is a digital ID, there is a SISFXIS, that there is a digital system for transfer of documents. So new ways of operating projects should be adopted, and a central mechanism should be created, some system in order to have a central framework agreements and maybe have some selected attribution of projects contracted for minor projects. Another issue is digitalization of files. It should be done in a coordinated way. There is no money to waste. We must put in priority active files and all that in a standardized procedure with interoperability projects and with the tools, acceleration tools, paperless, inkless, digital first, and once only will become a reality very soon. an horizon that does not exceed 2 to 3 years. Okay, I'm done. I don't have anything else to add. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have some, we started the session with some delay and we don't have much time. So let's give the floor to Mr. Econom from Microsoft to share his experiences in Greece or abroad. Mr. Economou, good evening. I'll be very brief. Since what the previous speaker said is valid, smart cities are going to be at the international focus in the years to come. According to ADC, we are waiting that smart cities investment in 2022 will reach $158 billion per year, with 2 technologies to support smart cities in the next year. The first is public cloud, which, as in other sectors, in local governments as well, will offer the computer strength required, whenever required, and wherever required. Then we have a 5G technology where we wait to enhance connectivity, high speed, low delays. From these 2 technologies, public cloud is mature enough. We use it in the production phase, and it will support the realization of innovative activities required by citizens for infrastructure, transportation, environments, as the governor of the region said, and in other sectors under the competence of local governments. So there is a big family of solutions well supported by this public cloud, because there is this scaling possibilities in the cloud. It's the IoT, Internet of Things solutions. IoT solutions is a network of sensors, counters, collecting information, sending it centrally, and then some system makes decisions. As Mr. Papouchidis said, there are many ways internationally. There is one solution on a micro scale in the municipality of Athens, Kodzia Square. This solution includes the following. First of all, we don't have 5G yet, but there is a network called LoRa. It's a specific protocol. On this network, we have a lot of sensors, the most important of which are the sensor controlling and helping immediate intervention in case that somebody goes on a disabled ramp. We have a sonar for this obstacle, and if this obstacle is not out of the way in a few minutes, then authorities are notified. Other category of sensors are for garbage bins. If there is an obstacle in front of them, then they are notified. In this way, we can coordinate things better, and we can have a better environment, a healthier environment for citizens. Third category of sensors are about measuring air quality, pollutants, CO2, natrium, sulfur, oxides. We have a better picture of what is going on, and we can get timely countermeasures. I don't want to abuse your time. I'll just say that we also have energy counters. We have smart lamps lighting. We have devices that measure noise, humidity. All these counters and sensors are connected in one platform. So just by this one look, the administrator can be informed in real time. He can monitor and exploit all the data collected by the sensors, and at the same time he can detect where some intervention is required. He can make reports, he can analyze the history of data, and can understand how sizes evolve in time. Any vertical intervention done as a pilot in some municipality can also be measured. In closing, I'd like to say the following. My friend George Kalamaras also said it. Targeted interventions are very important in local governments, but it's also important to see the state measures taken by to help local governments. There's a series of actions such as My Kep Life, covering 137 municipalities currently, allowing citizens to give appointments remotely with KEP employees, with virtual meetings. In this way, we don't have any on-site visits. Another is called XIVE for document transactions. This solves interoperability and the transfer of information between services of the public administration. No matter how technologically mature is a municipality, if the communication without public administration stakeholders is not good, then the final result will be at a deficit. And XIVE is there to cover for this gap. Thank you so much. Hopefully in the next years, by exploiting the funds, by Recovery Fund and the NSRF, we will have other such interventions, horizontal and vertical, that change the way that cities operate, the regions operate, and finally they change the daily life of our citizens. Thank you very much, Mr. Economou. Unfortunately, we don't have much time for a second round. The program needs to go on. So I should say that it's not just the money and the means and the experience that we have. Every time that the public and the private sector sat down and spoke honestly together, then things have moved forward. The good thing is that here we have people on all sides that want to not to sit one against the other, facing the other, but they want to sit side by side and join their efforts. SEPE with KEDE have started working together closely with a joint plan for the local governments by 2030. I would like to thank you all very warmly. Be safe.
Όχι, όχι, δεν έχουμε site, όχι, όχι. Γεια σας, γεια σας. Ρε με το site. Πρέπει να δω τι θα κάνω κάποια στιγμή.
It's now or never. Come hold me tight. Kiss me, my darling. Be mine tonight. Tomorrow will be too late. It's now or never, my love. It's now or never. Come hold me tight. Kiss me, my darling. Be mine tonight.
Η στιγμή να μπει η επιχείρησή σου στον ψηφιακό κόσμο είναι τώρα. Και στην Κοσμοτέ θα βρεις τα κατάλληλα ψηφιακά εργαλεία και τις υπηρεσίες που ανταποκρίνονται στις δικές σου ανάγκες. Για να μπορεί η επιχείρησή σου να λειτουργεί αποτελεσματικά πάντα.
Κοσμοτέ, ένας κόσμος καλύτερος για όλους.
When the sun shines, its light reveals the world in full color. But the sun radiates more than just the visible spectrum we call sunlight. It also radiates hidden electromagnetic energy. What can you do with the energy you can't see? You can heat your dinner, talk to a friend half a world away, enjoy a clean glass of water. The potential is limitless. Like the sun's energy, data streams into your organization, and much of it remains invisible and unused. But this data is full of bright possibilities for those who can see them. Using all your data can illuminate opportunities to reimagine business models, product innovations, customer experiences, and the world. By widening your spectrum of usable data, you can do so much more with it. More importantly, it can do so much more for you. Dell Technologies knows data.
Κάθε επιτυχία θέλει αφοσίωση, μέθοδο, σχεδιασμό, λύσεις. Θέλει διαδικασία. Τη νούμερο 1 ελληνική εταιρεία παροχής καινοτόμων συμβουλευτικών υπηρεσιών με διεθνή δραστηριότητα που γίνεται ένα με την αγορά και τις ανάγκες κάθε επιχείρησης. Με πάνω από 22 χρόνια εμπειρίας και ανωδικής πορείας, η διαδικασία ΑΕ παρέχει εξειδικευμένες λύσεις, πάντα με γνώμονα τα υψηλά επαγγελματικά standards της. Δημιουργούμε. Παρέχουμε υπηρεσίες και τεχνογνωσία που επιστρέφουν αξία, υψηλή ποιότητα και σεβασμό στις ανάγκες του πελάτη, σε συνδυασμό με υπηρεσίες και εργαλεία που φέρνουν ουσιαστικά αποτελέσματα. Γιατί διαδικασία σημαίνει συνεργασία, σημαίνει επιτυχία, σημαίνει αξία.
σήμερα κάνουμε μια σπουδαία αρχή εδώ με το πλαίσιο, με τον κύριο Γεράρδο, με το Πολυτεχνείο Κρήτης και ελπίζω πολλοί άλλοι να ακολουθήσουν το παράδειγμα.
Εδώ πέρα λοιπόν έχουμε ένα χώρο που έχουμε φέρει ρομποτική, έχουμε φέρει 3D printing, έχουμε φέρει και απλά πράγματα τα οποία μπορούν να φτιάξουν τρισδιάστατες κατασκευές, απλά με τα πιτσιρίκια να φέρουν μόνο τη φαντασία τους. Έχουμε μια φανταστική συνεργασία, μας έχει επιτρέψει όλη αυτή την πρωτοβουλία ο κ. Μπακογιάννης και ο Δήμος Αθηναίων, το Πολυτεχνείο Κρήτης με την κυρία Μαριάν Φιλιάπη, και ελπίζουμε αυτό να είναι μόνο η αρχή και να ξεκινήσουμε να φτιάχνουμε τέτοια εργαστήρια σε πάρα πολλά σχολεία σε όλη την Ελλάδα.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have our masks on, but since everyone is far away from me, I am going to take it off so I can moderate our next panel, Digital Technologies in the Industry. This mask is a Greek one. We didn't fabricate masks until 6 months ago. Mr. Siamidis at Inofita manufactures these masks, type 2 masks, an excellent quality, and indeed protects all those who wear it, because there are many masks that don't come in, are not imported in Greece, type 2. They have a carbon filter outside and a good coating inside, so you can breathe easily and it protects you at the same time. When I went to Inofita to take an interview from the entrepreneur, when I was getting out of the office, there was an electronic eye there. So Mr. Siamidis found out that this would be exactly the software that he needed. So Mr. Siamidis ordered this application. He uses this. So this specific mask is ready to be delivered to the consumers for their protection. So a Greek firm implemented something which is used by heavy industries that produce masks. So this is going to be the subject in this session. Good case studies in our industries, smart industry. Let's start with our speakers. Mr. Merzanis from Space Hellas. Good afternoon, Mr. Merzanis. Mr. Liapis from the cloud of Huawei. Hello, Mr. Liapis. I can hear you very well. And Mr. Angelakopoulos from Delek Technologies. I'm a solution architect, systems engineer, so I'm very much interested in all the technological solutions that you have mentioned. So let's start, Mr. Merzanis. In this introductory message, please, Mr. Merzanis, tell us how we can make our industry smarter. Good afternoon. I think that we have made a lot of progress as regards the digital transformation of the industry, especially in the last couple of years. 2 years ago, we had a similar discussion in another CEPE conference, and we discussed then about the way forward. And indeed, we have managed to do a lot of work. We have managed to create economies of scale due to the technologies that we use. I have to mention 3 different industries that have different characteristics, but common ones. I don't know whether you want me to pass to these examples. Let us give the floor to Mr. Liapis first, and then we'll come back to the discussion. We consider that digital transformation should be considered as a major priority for all organizations of the private and the public sector. This should take place, this should be considered as a priority by the leaders of the companies. And this should be communicated. New products, services, products, commodities can be benefited from this. Cloud services can also facilitate all kinds of processes, and of course artificial intelligence can provide further solutions based on the current technologies. So to summarize, technology, processes, and people. This is the recipe for success. And the culture of the company, of course. Mr. Angelakopoulos. Good afternoon. For us, smart industry is a synonym of the 4th industrial revolution. So digitization of production and the supply chain, aiming at higher productivity and lower costs. So the 4th industrial revolution utilizes technologies for this digitization, like data analytics, 5G technologies, robotics, AI, machine learning, throughout the production chain. I have used a lot of buzzwords. The production people may not understand them. But I think that this is the way forward. The smart industry aims always at increasing profit and efficiency. On all the pillars of digital transformation, both nationally and internationally, we try to help all our customers, including the industrial ones, in this digital transformation path. Another question for all of you. What about the solutions that you may have given so as to improve the life of your customers? Mr. Merzanis. I believe to a large degree, the industry is digital already. It has not been fully transformed, but major steps have been taken. As we said before, technology connects the dots for the big companies to follow the path of digitization. This is how we speak about the cloud. Many companies are using this new solution, which was so initiative a couple of years ago. The moderator says that the sound of Mr. Merzanis coming from the mobile phone is not so good. The sound will be better when 5G arrives. So I hope that everything is going to be better then. So many industries have already started using uploading services on the cloud. They focus on optimizing their production, and they try to integrate their supply chain by giving smart solutions. At the same time, they seem to focus on the human capital and its upgrade, plus the procedures necessary for their improved productivity by utilizing big data and tools to automate decision-making and optimizing decision-making. These are the tools that can be utilized readily. And I can give you a couple of examples. An example of a heavy industry, which is Hellenic Petroleum. This is a major organization and a very difficult sector, very difficult industry, because there are many procedures inside that we cannot easily see. But they do need IT solutions. Indeed, it's a heavy industry with many products and byproducts, with very steady presence in the national and foreign markets, a supply chain, and of course with the need that these products can be interconnected so that the organization can optimize the procedures and the processes and take the best decisions. At the same time, the organization has to be very close to the production, very close to the consumers, monitoring the quality of their outcomes, etc. We were happy to work with this industry, providing them with cloud solutions and design solutions. But of course, because you understand that the technology provider is an example of a heavy industry that has optimized its solution. Another example that I can give you is the Philofis company. The company has many remote areas to cover. So the geographical dispersion is an obstacle by itself, and the climate conditions are difficult sometimes. This company was acquired early on in its history, and it had to optimize its processes from the beginning. This was a very difficult bet for our company to provide cloud solutions and technological streamlines. Indeed, because here we have to do not with oil products, but we have to do with live organisms, with weather conditions, with geographical dispersion. Indeed, it was one of the most difficult projects that we have ever implemented. Fisheries is an area that now is in our portfolio. We have gained a lot of expertise when working with them. We have many other clients from this sector, from the sector of farming and fisheries, exactly due to the expertise that we have. KME, for example, is another company. The CEO is very technology friendly. Second generation company. This is an example of smart farming, and their motto in that company is that people want the technology from the field to the shelf, end-to-end technology. This company has fertilizers, farming produce, even grains. They have very diversified portfolio, and it's very important to be able to program irrigation, the growing of the plants, to take information from every step of the productive process in order to optimize it, to control the quality of the produce in every step, the packaging that is going to be put on the shelf at the other end, knowing very well the whole path from the field to the shelf. Indeed, these are three examples, three very different industries that have managed to incorporate different kinds of technologies, different sensors, data, automations, and of course, human resources that have been trained enough so as to utilize this automation in the best way. Indeed, these three examples are very impressive. If one of the three companies that you just mentioned is not satisfied from your services, this can give you a hint, because if they're not satisfied, then they will not be so productive. So your development is before their development, and your growth has always to be early in your marketing. This is why we see that your kind of companies offer new kinds of solutions every year. And we can see this globally. Do you have any examples showing that this kind of implementations happen in Greece?
We present new technologies, and young generations do that every 3 months. So we do it earlier every single year. So new systems, in order to take it from Mr. Meltzanis, with regard to any implementations in the Greek market, we are the ones that create these systems, and we give to companies and big clients and providers all these new possibilities and last generation technologies in order to move forward and integrate what is coming. I will give you some examples. So we have many clients in the Greek market, household providers, but also industries such as a chemical industry. And since you're talking about the environmental aspect of this new generation, the extension or the ability to create new products brought about the fact that we need new facilities in order to have better performance and to meet the requirements of our new clients. So all these processes and new systems, artificial intelligence, cloud, and the technologies that are being discussed are built up on systems that allow as an ICT technology to be a little bit decentralized. Now, talking about the environment, and since this is a plastics and a chemical company, I created a new data center where I integrated end-to-end Huawei technologies. So this platform, this technology has integrated technologies in order to increase production of society, but also to reduce the footprint, the environmental, let's say, footprint, or the footprint of our environmental liability. Now, green data center. Yes, reduce the environmental footprint, you're right. So we had this modular data center. It is an articulated, prefabricated and assembled off-site, meaning within the facilities of the clients. So the form is of a flexible extension. It's of the latest generation, with high-power technologies for energy, intelligent cooling, and of course management, intelligent management. The system is modular, as I said, and one thing which is important is to say that it is the very first that has a clear for-ready certificate that makes us pioneers in the market. As a manufacturing company, we create new technologies for the future. We follow, of course, center standards. Mr. Liapis, please. It's a crucial industry, as you know, as you understand, a client and who has to do with the environment, with chemicals. What about security for these systems? Because if you do not provide security, you can understand the damage. Yes, of course. Security, safety, with procedures, with human resources, they're all integrated in this platform, which integrates all this intelligence that I mentioned earlier, with highway and micro technology and microchips are used that we manufacture. And we have all these IFI protocols and all these models that we follow and that use data that are already there to provide solutions and also prevent any type of malware. All that happens through a unique algorithm with intelligent functions based on highway technologies. Yes, we would like to come and see. Yes, of course, I wanted to invite you to see it on the 3D kiosk stand that we have. It's a virtual stand that we have because we cannot have face-to-face interaction. But there is you can see it on our stand, and anytime you can come live. Okay, when we exit this coronavirus era, then we come and visit you. Mr. Gelakopoulos, your turn. Us as Dell, we see that this digital transformation of the industry has advanced after the fourth industrial revolution. I was reading a study today showing there's a deficit in the European market compared to the competition of Asia and USA. However, lots of steps forward are made, and I'd like to give you two examples myself. Not so much from the Greek market, but from the neighborhood. We have supported the reform on the path of a smart industry. Clients in neighboring markets, such as vehicle manufacturing companies that also provides technology in very big companies of the car industry, present worldwide in all continents. And as Dell Technologies, we are present with the solutions that we offer. even the extremities, because there are sensors that collect data from the radar, GPS, a video, a camera of a core, gives about 8.2 terabyte of data in the day. It goes to the core data center, creating what we call pools of data. Then these data need to be measured and analyzed. So with our solutions and smart algorithms of artificial intelligence and machine learning, all these online data are analyzed in parallel. So new improvements of the solution, of the car, all that brings better solutions when it comes to autonomy, to the driving experience and the satisfaction of the end customer. All these improvements come in as updates, daily updates, not monthly or yearly updates. And another example I'd like to mention comes from our overall experience as Dell Technologies. This is no longer an industry, but it's an industrial, vertical cultivation, farming experience. There is a pioneer company with limited natural resources is trying to have high productivity. So what did you do now? How did you do? Tell me. So what did we do? Using the data from the sensors and the cameras from the ecosystem, humidity, nutrients, light, oxygen, we collected all the data from IoTs and gateways that we have. The edge. So all these info comes to our core data center of local servers, and they're using machine learning algorithms. Through our solutions, we automate processes. Go ahead, and I will ask. So we see what are the data coming from the ecosystem, and by direct interventions and decisions made in real time, they can intervene in the production. And all these data, they are combined. So this is for people who have done agronomy studies, for example. But the same way that we help doctors, for example, we can help farmers as well. And this is our role. We can help productive processes with whatever smart they can fit inside. Smart industries, smart farming, whatever. So our solutions are not just about local farming or local manufacture facilities, but all this means that we can actually combine a lot of data from other farms. And when we have this central cloud, we can analyze sets of data on the edge and on the core. So that helps machine learning, and then we have a much better productivity compared to any other farm. Technology can help a lot. Reduction of herbs, weeds, for example, etc. And farmers, are they satisfied with the production that they have? I can say yes, because they have within less than a year 390% more production. You did that in Greece? No. We tried to do a copy-paste for Greece. Okay, please do the copy-paste, and we're open to an invitation to see the industry. I think that, we live these examples and, we see the real market examples, real economy examples for people who really need you. They need you yesterday, they need you today, they will need you tomorrow. There are scientists, engineers next to you. You do wonderful things. Mr. Merzanis, these are difficult times. And enterprises in this pandemic trying every possible way to find their path and to design the future. So let's have an epilogue to that. What we see is that there are companies, two-speed companies. We're talking about technological advancements and about digital reforms, but there are many sectors that have been negatively affected. There's a problem here that we need to deal with, especially in Greece, where production was limited already. Now we have to transform human resources and turn them to other directions as well. So what most companies ask of us, as system integrators, they ask for technological solutions that may very fast integrate them into a modern environment for remote management of their infrastructure. They want to be able to have cyber security for their data, be able to make decisions swiftly, fastly. And what we need is to digitalize and automate processes so that from digital we can actually go to the transformation part. The big challenge to all of us is how these technologies can be combined, how our people can be trained on new things, and how we can bring back people, brains, technologists who have left for other countries and bring them back to environments with perspective and with good rewards. I think this is the message that I'd like to convey as an epilogue. Thank you, Mr. Merzanis, for your participation. Mr. Liapis. In closing, I'd like to wish the best for Christmas and for the new year, because, of course, 2020 was full of everything trivial and important things, many things that changed us, challenged us. But I think it's a time to invest on quality. All these years, our path is the secure path, but we don't stay put. We try to provide solutions, find solutions in the ICT sector. We try to cover the new needs of entrepreneurship. And it's true that companies that play an important role in the Greek economy are trusting us for many years now, how we can actually upgrade the services of these businesses in the market. I'd like to wish Merry Christmas and a great 2021, a year of happiness, progress, and well-being to all of us, prosperity to all of us. Thank you. I think we heard, one or two children at home. Three children. Okay, perfect. Good. God bless them all. Mr. Agilakopoulos. It's true that 2020 was not a good year, not an easy year. And it wasn't a crucial year for the world. What we've seen as Dell Technologies is that we went on pretty fast, took the cloud. We had to break a little bit, but we found the edge computing that had to become more mature. 2021, we believe, that will focus on cloud. And to us, the cloud is not like Amazon, Azure, or it's not just that anyway. It's a way to operate. And cloud, as technology involves, a private cloud can even be an edge or the remote site of some industry. So we believe that within 2021, we will keep on having this digital transformation with focusing on edge computing and IT in order to go from digital to transformation, going to IT and to application transformation. And talking about industry, I think they will use all these new technologies that will make industries digital, machine learning, data analytics, monetization, etc. Why? In order to bring consumers closer to industries and the product closer to the needs of the consumer. The objective is to be more efficient, more effective, to be pioneer, to have best quality, and of course to have best profits. We are here with an ecosystem and a team of associates. We're here a long time and we can bring all our know-how to all our customers. I would like to wish the best on my behalf and on behalf of Dell family. I wish for a better 2021. So we've had about 45 minutes of discussion. Time really flew. I would hope for conditions to be different, but maybe we can do it next year with videos of your examples, because it was great to be able to see them and see how you and your teams have worked all this time. You made us understand how important it is for businesses to have a forward look, to be able to produce wealth for them, for their families, for their employees, for the Greek economy. You have a crucial role to play. If you can simplify all the data, if you can open up to what we call Greek production, tell them there are solutions for all that. I started with the example of the mask, a solution from a Greek company. Imagine how the Greek economy can improve if we all try. Thank you all for being here with us. Be well, be safe. And right after this panel, we'll have the next session with the next steps to retail and the role of the smart home. In a few minutes, we'll be back.
Οραματιζόμαστε έναν κόσμο συναρπαστικής ψυχαγωγίας και απεριόριστης επικοινωνίας. Ξεκινήσαμε φέρνοντας το ίντερνετ και τη συνδρομητική τηλεόραση στην Ελλάδα. Από τότε δημιουργούμε κάθε μέρα το μέλλον με τόλμη και φαντασία. Έχουμε την καινοτομία στο DNA μας. Βλέπουμε σαν πρόκληση τις σύγχρονες ανάγκες. Είμαστε άνθρωποι με χαμόγελο και πάθος για αυτό που κάνουμε. Σχεδιάζουμε υπηρεσίες με έμπνευση. Παθιαζόμαστε με τις κορυφαίες αθλητικές διοργανώσεις.
Καταπληκτικό γκολ!
Αγαπάμε το συναρπαστικό κινηματογραφικό θέαμα. Ενθουσιαζόμαστε με τις ποιοτικές επιλογές ψυχαγωγίας και με τις μοναδικές δυνατότητες επικοινωνίας. Προσαρμοζόμαστε στα νέα δεδομένα, αλλά ξέρουμε και να τα αλλάζουμε. Πατάμε γερά στα πόδια μας και φτάνουμε παντού. Επιλέγουμε δύσκολους στόχους και τους πετυχαίνουμε. Καταλαβαίνουμε τους επαγγελματίες και τις επιχειρήσεις, γι' αυτό μας εμπιστεύονται. Προσφέρουμε. Στηρίζουμε. Γινόμαστε ένα με την κοινωνία και κερδίζουμε την αναγνώριση. Ανοίγουμε τον δρόμο που ακολουθούν οι άλλοι. Είμαστε δυνατή ομάδα, με ισχυρή προσωπικότητα και μεγάλη εμπειρία. Πάνω από 20 χρόνια αλλάζουμε τον τρόπο που επικοινωνούμε, που βλέπουμε τον κόσμο, που διασκεδάζουμε. Δεν είμαστε απλά μια εταιρεία. Είμαστε ένας συναρπαστικός τρόπος ζωής.
Big data that would always get bigger, ever increasing, ever expanding. Every car, a sensor. Every phone, a suggestion. Every region, a cloud. Everything, a thing. Data was the golden promise of the information age. But more informed does not equal more intelligent. It's time to move to a new age, the age of insight. Now, insights can combine with other insights. And ideas can have ideas. Everything from edge to cloud can be connected by a single force, revealing opportunities you never knew were there. For smoother experiences, more intuitive products, and services yet to be imagined. Now entire workflows can move faster, powered by supercomputers built to the task. Solutions delivered as a service, from analysis at the edge to operations in the cloud. Wherever your data, wherever your applications, they'll be faster, accessible, and secure, bringing everything in sight. Welcome to the age of insight.
Labradoodles, cronuts, squirts.
It's a skirt and shorts.
The world loves a hybrid. So do businesses. So today, they're going hybrid with IBM. A hybrid cloud approach lets them use Watson AI to modernize without rebuilding and bring all their partners and customers together in one place. That's why businesses from retail to banking are going with a smarter hybrid cloud using the tools, platform, and expertise of IBM.
And now, the session that we are all expecting as consumers, as people interested in smart enterprising and smart commerce. And of course, smart homes. In our panel, we have Mr. Konstantinos Gerardos from Plesio Computers. Thank you for being here. You have some news for us, I understand. And I'm very, you see I have my pen ready to write them down. Good afternoon. Mr. Nikos Christakis from Hewlett-Packard for Greece and Cyprus. Thank you, Mr. Christakis, for being here. We have very good sound. Mr. Aris Paraskevopoulos for mobile telephony in Greece and Cyprus of Samsung Electronics Hellas. Thank you for the invitation. And Mrs. Kostas Theodorakis from Huawei, Sales Director. He's going to give us some news too. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. There's a mobile phone near to your microphones. It's the mobile phone of Mr. Theodorakis. The mobile phone of Mr. Theodorakis is too noisy for the sound, so we'll try to find a solution. So we have noise from some mobile phones, and we cannot continue with the discussion. Now it's off. It's Mr. Gerardos. Now it's better. So sorry, Mr. Theodorakis, it was not Huawei. It was not a Huawei phone. So we're going to ask for the technicians to help us with the noise coming from Mr. Gerardos' phone. So we can start with Mr. Christakis first. So tell us how things are going. It's a difficult time. We are all trying to find laptops. I do not know whether you have some available. I think that availability, as you just said, is not so good. In the second semester of the year, we have different types of requests in relation to the first wave of the pandemic. In the first wave, it was we had a lot of difficulties due to the various measures imposed on the Chinese production. In the second semester of the year, the second wave of the pandemic gave us another obstacle. The demand is so high that we cannot cover all the requests, and we're trying to give any solutions that we can give. I think that the Hewlett-Packard is doing better than other companies in the sector, and we hope that in the beginnings of the next year, we are going to have a better situation. And we have the same situation also in Italy, all over Europe. People wanted to have, to find laptops to buy, and they couldn't. Yes, we have the same here. The demand is 2 or 3 times higher than the last year. We work 365 days, 24/7, and we try to give solutions. We'll try to smoothen the situation now. Mr. Paraskevopoulos, what do you see? As regards availability, as you said, as Mr. Christakis said, mobile phones was not one of the priorities of the consumers after the lockdown. Computers and laptops and tablets were the major priorities. So we had increased demand for tablets as well in Samsung Electronics. We have sold everything. Certainly, we didn't have problems in availability as much as the computer sectors. We managed to provide, to deliver to almost all our customers. But of course, the tablets are very different products. Children of younger ages, pupils, sometimes use tablets more than laptops. Mr. Theodorakis, what do you see? No, Mr. Paraskevopoulos, you didn't finish. Please finish. Yes, this is true. We have seen this with the contacts, in the contacts we had with our customers. Because we all wanted to help the pupils and students. So the result was, the conclusion was that the tablets were the highest priority for the younger ages for tele-education. Mr. Theodorakis. As Mr. Paraskevopoulos said, and Mr. Christakis, this is exactly the situation. There was no problem with availability in Huawei. We were a bit lucky in the first semester in relation with the laptop because we had just launched some new models and we had good stock in the market, so we managed to cover almost all the demand. We were better off than in relation to other manufacturers. During the first lockdown and the summer, we covered demand well, but now in the second wave, we are facing some difficulties, especially in the laptops that our consumers want. And as regards tablets, the flow is rather low, I would say. We try to cover the demand with new productions. So, Mr. Theodorakis, when are you going to cover the demand? Starting from January, we believe that we will be able to cover most of our customers. Not all of them, but we're going to deliver many. Laptops are going to be in a better situation. So let's now go to Mr. Gerardos. I think our sound is fine now. You heard the irregularities of the market, especially in laptops, tablets, etc. Mobile phones a bit better. What do you see from your end? What is going on? And when do you expect things to become smoother? Of course, it is an unprecedented situation. During the first lockdown, the shops were closed. For us, this was 70% of sales. Is my sound okay? Yes, it's perfect. Moderator says that during the first lockdown, we had a meeting with Mr. Gerardos, and I told him that the shops are closing down. And you were looking at me and you couldn't understand what I was saying. But yes, it was true. The shops closed down. Yes, it was March 15th when we learned that we should close down the shops. We had to work from home. We are a real-time management company. So we have stand-up meetings and we are very fast in our decisions. So everybody should leave, go home for safety reasons. 70% of our turnover vanishes because shops close down. On the 18th of March, our call center almost collapsed. From 13,000 calls on average, we reached 32,000 in a couple of days. The e-shop also. So our major problem was logistics. Instead of waiting for the customer to come to us, we should take the products and get them to the customers. During the second wave, during the second lockdown, we had two major milestones, Black Friday and Christmas. So shops closed down. So the thousands of demands go to the call center. Yes, but as I understand, in order to protect your system from crashing down, you made a Black Month instead of a Black Friday. Indeed, we started 7 days earlier and we finished 7 days later. We couldn't, of course, tackle the problem very easily. So you said that you had 30,000 calls in March. What's your record? 33,000 calls. So how many people do you have at the call center? How many people to answer these calls? We have 180 persons in the call center. When we closed the shops down, we relocated our people to the logistics or the call center. We had online channels, B2B channels, and telephone channels. We had the infrastructures, of course, to work. We were wise enough. In 2008, we invested 30 million in a logistics center, which has a boots-to-man technology. So the package comes in front of the picker, and then the picker puts the products in. So the employees do not need to walk at all. So the process runs very quickly. Also, we had a very good capacity to deliver because we have our own fleet of 80 trucks, and also a very good, well-organized call center. As regards couriers, they have crashed. This system has crashed because they don't have the capacity. To deliver during the peak times. 1 million orders cannot be managed. Mr. Christakis, I have a question. We do see this, that the retail sector has problems to deliver. So what about the end consumer? What do they think? Before answering this, let me say that as regards stocks, we operate in the following way. We try to be proactive. So for the last trimester of 2020, we worked in July or August. As regards availability, this relates to the demand in the market, because sales have increased a lot. We play an important role in this. We receive a lot of emails from end users, from end consumers, who wish that we ensure availability in various products. We also had the high demand for printers for the students who worked at home. So we work 24/7, 365 in order to ensure the greatest availability for our people and for our consumers. So how do you expect that we shall continue after that? We have a lot of changes. We see that the offline to the online is a huge change. New types of consumers are entering the online channels now. Older people, for example, the elderly sometimes before wouldn't use the online channels, but now they are good customers. This is something that we have to keep. Do you have this kind of examples in your call centers? The communication at the call center level is very technical. Only for customer support do they call us. The orders take place on the online store. That's where we see our demographics. Mobile commerce also seems to rise, and we expect that it will rise more throughout 2021. Some consumers wanted to just buy a smartphone or a tablet, but then they saw that the process was rather cumbersome. In the past was rather cumbersome, so they wouldn't be motivated to continue. Now this has changed. Our interface is better, and things are better. Last March, we conducted a pan-European survey, and we saw that 87% of those people who took part in this survey expect the stronger brands like Samsung or other technological giants to facilitate their needs at home. So habits change, but also their mentality change, and they believe that technology can help them. So this is something that we can utilize in the future. So now people are coming to us because they understood that 5G technology is a friendly tool, and they have managed to work, to go to school, to entertain themselves, to communicate with friends or relatives, and continue their daily life at a normal pace. How do you see 2021, Mr. Theodorakis? As regards 2021 and our branch and retail sales, I would say that retail has made a full circle?
The interest of Greek consumers till the beginnings of 2020 was about visiting the shop. But with the pandemic, we were trained quite violently, I'd say. And the interest of all consumers of all ages turned to e-shops. Now, I think the next step is that the Greek consumers are more mature, more familiarized with both experiences, virtual and physical. So I think that now we can start with a multi-channel trade. I believe that preference will be for the physical shop, but they will be more demanding on physical shops. I think Mr. Liardos is going to tell us more about it. I believe that we're going to start seeing some smart stores that will offer a customized experience to consumers. There are some internet players, Amazon, Alibaba. They're having some physical shops as well. So certainly there's going to be multi-channel trade, plus some smart technologies used within the shops by using data that they already have for the consumers. Chain stores, they will offer better experience. Is it like that? Yes, I think that change is occurring right now. Number one change is that the mission of a shop, of a store changes in the last months. If we consider what has happened to a shop, there are four missions to a shop. First of all, it's a logistics center because many companies right now pick and pack their commands, their orders. So now a shop is a hub for logistics. It's also a call center because you call from the shop people to come and take it. It's also a click-away hub where clients come, they take a box and they go home. It's different from a traditional shop, and it's also a traditional shop in itself that needs to provide a knowledge, experience, etc. I think that this is the future in a way. That is what I see as a future of the retail shop is to be a site that is also a mini logistics center, a mini call center, an experience provision center, and a physical shop center for people to pick their orders at any time they want. Now it's been done in a chaotic way, and it's quite expensive. So we cannot have a high speed, have one space which is a store, which is a warehouse, with a being a call center. It's very expensive. So you wanted to exit the logic of the supermarket, as far as I understand, and do something different, right? If I can summarize what I believe should happen is that we're stretching experience and facility and easiness. People come to the shop in order to live an experience, see the gadgets, stay for some time. And there are others who don't want to waste time with different processes. So for people looking for easy things, we may give them what they want, whether that is to pick up something within the hour, same day, or at a certain slot, because this is the slot where the person has the time, 7 to 9 perhaps, or maybe get a big object, maybe some electrical appliance, or he can go to a shop and take it, or he may just want the experience, so he wants to enter a shop and be inspired. So we must take all that to the extreme, go further to 3 clicks away and more. Would you want to cooperate further with the other 3 gentlemen here at the panel? Yes, of course. You know, in our business, supplier and clients go hand in hand because everybody or actually we all have the same objective. Each brand has a list of priorities. We have the same priorities. We want to sell 8K, we wanted to sell more mobile office, smart home, etc. So we are orchestrating our strategies. We try to have a proper experience. So smart home. What is smart home to you, Mr. Christakis? Smart home means that we are at the second stage. Consumers now are particularly informed. There is a volume of information, a huge volume of information coming in, and they demand a great deal, especially lately when telework has become a more permanent condition, and it will go on. They want to have some pioneering solutions. So they wait from the supplier to be informed, to be guided in combined options in order to have solutions that can cover for needs that they may not even know exist. So the role of the manufacturer is to have reliable products that can respond to the market and be adapted in supporting, informing the team in order to understand the needs of the client better and improve service. HP, as of 1st November, has the Amplify program for associates. It's a new program for a B2B environment and B2C. Now, for the online and retail chains, it will start as of May 2021. The focus of this program is customer and the best experience in the experience of equipment supply, from the intention to buy, selection stage, purchase, and all the loyalty that would wish to get as a result of this experience. And so we wanted to be able to exploit the data on the basis of the profile of our clients. Furthermore, we needed to have special skills in order to add value with the interface with the customer. All that will create a framework of specialized associates. So what we call smart home may move to our priorities for 2021. Based on these tendencies, on these trends, we go to the micro-mobility logic. We're going to see printers that are smarter, premium, laptops that can work from anywhere at home with new technologies that are being used, because now such technologies are a bit exotic. For example, artificial intelligence, noise cancellation, when we need to be a bit invisible someplace. The computer will know if the user is in front in order to open up with sensors aware. That will understand if the user is absent or present. In combination with Windows Hello and the camera, they can lock or unlock the computer. Many connectivity options, Wi-Fi 6, 5G. So the bandwidth doesn't have to be shared, so it will be a better connection. Now, this is with computer. With the printers, I think that now we have a different notion of smart printing. Printers can be used and exploited as smart technological devices through HP Smart Tab platform. They can be used and managed as a workstation. In Greece, we have over 200,000 users. An increase since last year was 100%. And next year, we'll have more than 350,000 users. A piece of news, very quickly in February or March, we believe that we will announce in Greece as well an integrated subscription model, HB funding, where consumers will have free consumables for 6 months. They can opt for different things, take what they want, 50% less cost. And we can send consumables at home, door to door, without needing to have any extra mobility from home or office. We will also announce a new series. I'm concluding of a new series of a printer with 1 year of a guarantee added to the existing ones worldwide. And now we have over 8 million consumers and users in this model. Excellent news. Mr. Paraskevopoulos, what is smart home to you? Samsung as a smart home has set the connecting living. As a manufacturer, we have a broad portfolio of devices from tablets, phones, 8K, electrical appliances, robotic brooms, vacuum cleaners. And abroad, we have some robos that maybe you've seen from the Las Vegas exhibition. So what do we want to do in the smart home living? When people are at home, they must be able to create an environment that offers them amusement or peace and quiet or safety or even work. In order for the smart home to work, there are some conditions involved. They need the products, they need the sensors, they need a platform. Samsung platform is Smart Things, as it's called, from the second semester of 2021 will be available in the Greek market. It will be able to coordinate all these communication of things and the sensors interfacing them, providing the operability result that we desire. I can give you many examples, from seeing into your mobile home what's inside your fridge, from coordinating when you go home by activating a tag to dim the lights, or to have an automated start of your music. But the challenges for smart home are many, because we still have some stages that needed to mature a bit further, and we need to mature as a Greek society. Smart home, Mr. Theodorakis. Smartphone is in the epicenter, so what consumers have to do, everything has to happen through the smartphone. Yeah, what he said about seeing what's inside your fridge, I think maybe a little bit, difficult, awkward. No, it's not difficult at all. Maybe awkward, but it happens already. The thing is that the consumers are looking for more ways to make their lives easier, more automated. With the 5G, we'll not only see smart home, but also smart office, smart of things, and many other smart things. Smart home lately, with the reduction of prices in devices, peripheral devices, hardware, comes into the lives of consumers, Greek consumers as well, and very quickly we will enter an era where it is very important for somebody to choose a smartphone will be the ecosystem of the brand, not just that the brand is visible. So consumers, in order to buy smartphones, will also consider future purchases to improve their home. So as Huawei, our strategy for 2021, since we are not focusing on smartphone only, we have a strategy 18N. We let a user in a world where they can use smartphones as well as other digital devices, smart glasses, cars, etc., as well as secondary things like electrical appliances, hypertension devices, etc. All that can be connected under a common platform. This is the strategy of Huawei for 2021. Of course, all that will be managed through smart. So, Mr. Paraskevopoulos, now, because he said that the Greek society has to accept many things. What are those, Mr. Paraskevopoulos? What I need to say, actually, is that talking about the smart home grabs the attention of everyone. But if you ask somebody, do you want to make your house a smart home? They will say yes. But now, if they understand what it is and what are the benefits, they don't really understand it quite yet. Yes, but it's logical. True. But the connectivity required also creates some concerns about safety and cyber protection of the data. People are concerned about that. So yes, it's a good idea. I want to make my house a smart home, but then will that be secure? Will that be safe? And although there are lots of not so expensive solutions, the total cost of installation can exceed some, budget. There is, of course, a broad portfolio of solutions. And right now, even in Europe, the percentage of smart homes is only 10%. And it is configured by the very high level of the northern European countries. Denmark, for example, in 27% for smart homes. Another important factor, a very timely one indeed, has to do with the current status of leasing homes. The less size of houses or the less own houses we have, the less smart homes we have. In Greece, about 40% of owners live in households that spend over 40% of their homes for accommodation. If they lease their homes, then the cost is even higher. This makes things more difficult to have a smart home. Then again, we have the language support. There are colossal efforts made, and we've done many steps forward with Big Speak, and artificial intelligence here is quite individualized, a bit prognostic. With the AI, maybe we expect the next step of a consumer and provide tangible benefits to the user. Finally, I think that the biggest challenge now is infrastructure for the connectivity, Wi-Fi 6, speedier networks. That would mean smarter homes with the 5G, which is a huge step forward for Greece. And for Wi-Fi technology 6, smart appliances will connect to stronger networks, which means better access to data. 5G means that we can have a multiple connection of many devices. And this is an important factor because, you know, you have homes in very densely populated areas, and all these are hungry for data. So we need a very good Wi-Fi that provides good benefits in order to manage all these demands for access to network and access to this connectivity of Internet of Things. So we want better networks at home and out of home, but this does not happen right now, because if on Wi-Fi we have a lot of things connected, then it crashes. So consumers ask themselves, when will that be normalized? I'll take a step backwards and make a comment on what Mr. Paraskevopoulos said earlier. I believe that as a technology provider, so we must undertake the responsibility of the fact that we play an important role in the market, maybe a crucial role of dissemination and absorption of technology at all levels of the country and society, whether that is business, educational, financial, research and innovation sector, or other. I think that we have very nice technology companies in Greece, but we must convince consumers and companies that what they call technology cost for technology is not a cost, it's an investment, and it is necessary for everybody's future. And everything starts from the basis, from the education of the government and of society. Now, with regard to connectivity, I think that 5G will change things a great deal. We will be able in real time to provide and take information required, work wherever, whenever, at home or worldwide. In many companies, we can see that hiring people due to the changes in connectivity happens with a criterion of home office, quick connectivity, flexibility, interface in different time zones. I think that all this will be further configured with a 5G. We will be able to work much easier from wherever, whenever. I think this will help a great deal. Well, then we'll have smart homes that can function properly. What is smart homes to you, Mr. Gerardos? I think it is a platform of things, and the misunderstanding here with the smart home is that they take the name of the company, so sometimes a smart home means energy, saving energy, or it means multimedia experience. To us as a Plesio, because we represent all this ecosystem, smart home means safety, lighting, smart TVs, smart appliances, and air conditioning or cooling. When it comes to safety, and many Airbnbs do that, and new facilities, you can have a smart lock and a smart camera, and when you lease a house, you get a code, you unlock, and there is no human contact. Respectively, when your bell rings, you can see who's there from your mobile and open the door or not. Or you can even supervise people. For example, you have a baby sleeping, or you have an old-aged people, you want to see if he or she is safe. And this has to do with security and safety. Then you have the lighting. So you can have light zones based on what you want to do. Watch a movie or say good morning to the house and have all the windows and lights open. Or if you want to save energy or switch off the lights at night. It's a huge ecosystem, again, that is called smart appliances. Now, a TV is not just a TV. With a big TV, you can have teleconferences for your work, or you can play games, or you can watch movies, great movies. With all this high resolution, you can really watch everything. And then, as Ari said, you can be to the supermarket and go into your mobile, see what's in your fridge. Maybe you know nothing about cooking and you can get great recipe because your kitchen, your oven knows, just put the materials in and then I do the cooking. I do all the baking. I want to have a smartphone and I want to have a smart vacuum cleaner from Mr. Theodorakis' company, and I want to have a very smart TV. And I wanted to have an eye on my fridge in order to see when it's empty. And I want a laptop from Mr. Christakis and a smart box. And how can I combine all that, Mr. Gerardo? Because I'll come and buy all that at Plesio. Okay, great, perfect. Or any other retailer, of course. But tell me, how can you help me when I have to create a smart ecosystem and combine from different manufacturers all the different appliances that consumers want? You're in the middle. We have solved this scenario. We can show it in 4 shops. So we have 4 fully functional smart homes in 4 of our shops, where we combine all indicative electrical appliances and platforms. There are 2 solutions. One solution is to approach a smart home as a Lego. You take one part, security or safety, and then you put some smart cameras, or you take a small coffee maker and 7 o'clock in the morning you get the coffee that you want. So when you start enjoying the benefits of these new technologies, then little by little you can add things. And you can manage all that from your mobile home. The good things are that you don't have to go in full force into the smart home because, there's a cost entail into buying and learning. You may need 3 to 4 applications on your smartphone in order to be able to manage all the ecosystem. The other solution would be to buy a platform. From the start, we represent such a platform. So you have this core at your home, and then you start connecting small cables. Whatever new smart appliance exists from any company. Control 4 has a huge ecosystem. So 1.5 minutes for each. Before we close, before we go to the conclusions, it's very important, what Mr. Gerardo said. Smart home, if you don't see it, you don't understand it. If you just describe it online, you can never sell it. You must have these 4 points that I know they're there. I have got the experience of the demo myself. It's very critical for people to understand live and ask experienced personnel how it works. Otherwise, it's really very difficult. So they need the marketing and the communication tools to understand how smart homes, smart offices work. Mr. Christaki, 1.5 minutes for you for the epilogue. I said it earlier, I think that now it's time for all of us in the ICT market, we'll have to work together to bring technology closer to all professionals, to all citizens. CEPE plays a very crucial role when it comes to the coordination of all these actions. And this event today, Digital Forum, was one of those opportunities to coordinate all these actions in order to develop the country digitally and be able to do this important strive forward that's been discussed for all these years. I think that we can make things if we manage to make everybody understand it's not spending, it's investing in the future. And I believe, I'm very happy that I see that next to companies, technology companies, there are people who understand that the country can actually attract investment and make a daily life better by trying to realize everything that we discussed today with more transparency in the relations between citizens and governments. I think that we all go forwards towards this direction, and we can only gaze at positive things for the future. Now, when it comes to employees, family and everything, health, and Merry Christmas to everyone, Mr. Paraskevopoulos, I would like to thank you once again for this panel. Yes, the truth of the matter is that everything went really very quickly. I want to thank CEPE and everybody else because I know that it's difficult to communicate the situations. The situation is difficult, but there are great endeavors made by different organizations and sectors, retail, government, and so on, in order to make the next steps forward. Apparently, we have made a good start. I think that we will overcome, because we always find a way to overcome difficulties. I can only be optimistic for 2021 and for the years to come. Merry Christmas to everyone. Mr. Theodorakis, I'd like to thank you on my behalf for this extraordinary panel. What I'd like to say is that this catastrophic 2020 made us wiser, more trained as consumers, us of the sector more responsible and more united. We work now in unison in order to offer solutions to the consumers, not seeing each other as competitors, but all together, each on their side. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas. Mr. Gerardes? To close, I'd like to say that in the years to come, we're going to experience changes, unprecedented changes. We'll have cars that drive themselves, drones delivering orders, robots that do your job. We're going to live inconceivable changes. But there's a bright side to that as well as a dark side. The bright side is that, of course, there are huge possibilities ahead, money, future, etc. But the dark side is that many industries are going to be in dire straits. A lot of traditional works are going to be extinct. So how do we do the reskilling of people? How can we educate students, pupils for the new skills required for this future that is coming? However, this may be positive, not negative, but we need to focus on that in order to only see the bright side and not the dark one. So Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to everyone, your families, your employees. We should be careful a little bit and be patient. You all gave us very optimistic messages. We must be very careful when it comes to sales. I think Plesio with Clickaway sells products, right, for consumers. Yes, of course. We did it in 1 weekend only, but yeah, it's a difficult system. I know it would be nice to be able to face the numbers of the cases in this pandemic and put our lives back on track. But let's keep the optimistic scenario that 2021 is going to be a year of changes, a year of positive trend for the Greek economy, consumers, citizens, and the businesses. And we all expect great things from ICT sector. Mr. Christakis, I think, said that we don't expect much only from people in government, but all of us wait for technological advancements that can help us exit the crisis. Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you. Thank you. Merry Christmas. So, a surprise. Don't go away. In a few seconds, we'll be back.
This was indeed a very interesting conference. We've learned a lot. We had very interesting discussions. I took a lot of notes. But of course, these notes were not necessary, my friend, because we have recorded everything on our YouTube channel. So I would like to thank everyone. I would like to thank you because I have been admiring you since I was a child. Merry Christmas for everyone. We are starting right away to work for the conference, the COVID-free, I hope, conference in December 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Association of the IT and Telecommunication Companies in Greece, I would like to thank all the sponsors of the Digital Economy Forum 2020. Without the aid of them, of whom this conference couldn't be realized. I would like also to thank the 56 speakers of today of this conference. We were honored. It was a very full 3-day conference during which we have heard a lot of interesting ideas and proposals for the Digital Greece Forward. It was a good opportunity for the 25th anniversary of service. The industry of new technology is the core pillar for our national recovery. As the Prime Minister said the other 2 days ago, the digital transformation of the country is now priority. So we wish that this was a useful experience for all. The highlights of Digital Economy of 2020 will follow. We invite you in the Digital Economy Forum 2021, a historical year for our country, COVID-free, we hope. Merry Christmas to everyone, health, love, and prosperity.
Του Διοικητικού Συμβουλίου του Συνδέσμου Επιχειρήσεων Πληροφορικής και Επικοινωνιών Ελλάδας, θα ήθελα να σας ευχαριστήσω θερμά για την ανταπόκριση στο ψηφιακό μας κάλεσμα. Σας καλωσορίζω στο Digital Economy Forum 2020, χτίζοντας την Ψηφιακή Ελλάδα Virtual Edition, την ψηφιακή έκδοση του θεσμικού μας συνεδρίου για την ψηφιακή οικονομία.
Κύριε Πρόεδρε, κυρίες και κύριοι, με μεγάλη χαρά ξαναβρίσκομαι στο ετήσιο φόρουμ του Συνδέσμου Επιχειρήσεων Πληροφορικής και Επικοινωνιών. Εξ αποστάσεως βέβαια, αλλά ηλεκτρονικά και διαδραστικά. Με έναν τρόπο δηλαδή απόλυτα συμβατό με ένα φορέα, ο οποίος εκπροσωπεί τις δυνάμεις της υψηλής τεχνολογίας στη χώρα μας.
Αξιότιμοι συγκεκριμένοι, κυρίες και κύριοι, εκ μέρους του ΣΕΠΕ θα ήθελα να σας καλωσορίσω στη δεύτερη μέρα του Digital Economy Forum 2020, χτίζοντας την Ψηφιακή Ελλάδα Virtual Edition, και να σας ευχαριστήσω θερμά για την ανταπόκριση.
Θα ήθελα να σας ευχαριστήσω για την πρόσκληση να απευθυνθώ στη σημερινή συζήτηση.
Καλημέρα σας. And thank you to SEPE.
Κύριε Σταϊκούρα, ο λόγος σας.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, θέλω αρχικά να ευχαριστήσω τον ΣΕΠΕ για την τιμητική πρόσκληση και να το συγχαρώ για τη διοργάνωση για ακόμα μία χρονιά του Digital Economy Forum.
Ο λόγος εσάς, κύριε Υπουργέ.
Καταρχάς ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την πρόσκληση. Είναι και δική μου τιμή να βρίσκομαι εδώ στο διαδικτυακό φόρουμ για την ψηφιακή οικονομία.
Ο λόγος στον κύριο Δήμα. Ελάτε κύριε Δήμα για το εισαγωγικό σας σημείωμα. Ελάτε.
Να σας πω ότι η επένδυση στην έρευνα και την καινοτομία είναι εξαιρετικά σημαντική.
Στον Υφυπουργό Ψηφιακής Διακυβέρνησης, κύριε Ζαριφόπουλε, στο εισαγωγικό σημείωμα. Ελάτε.
Όταν εξετάζει η χώρα μας μεταξύ και άλλων χωρών.
Καλησπέρα σας και καλώς ήλθατε στην ενότητα του Digital Economy Forum, του φετινού Digital Economy Forum.
Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την τιμή να είμαι σήμερα μαζί σας στο Digital Economy Forum 2020.
Τον κύριο Λουμάκη, τον κύριο Μάνο και τον κύριο Καμάρα και να τους καλησπερίσω κιόλας και να τους ευχαριστήσω για τη συμμετοχή τους στο πάνελ αυτό. Ελπίζω να κάνουμε μια ενδιαφέρουσα κουβέντα.
Θα ξεκινήσουμε λοιπόν τις εργασίες του σημερινού φόρουμ με τον Αντιπρόεδρο της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής για την Προώθηση του Τρόπου Ζωής, τον κύριο Μαργαρίτη Σχοινά. Θα συνεχίσουμε οπότε με τις Βρυξέλλες. Κύριε Σχοινά, καλησπέρα σας.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους, αγαπητές φίλες και φίλοι. Καταρχήν, το θεωρώ μεγάλη χαρά και τιμή ότι μου ζητήσατε να ανοίξω επίσημα την τρίτη μέρα του πολύ πετυχημένου φόρουμ.
Λοιπόν, να πω ότι είναι ιδιαίτερη χαρά μου που βρίσκομαι και στο φετινό συνέδριο του ΣΕΠΕ, το οποίο λόγω της συγκυρίας προφανώς διεξάγεται ψηφιακά.
Τι άλλο θα μπορούσε να είναι. Τι άλλο θα μπορούσε να είναι άρρωστο.
Και εργαστήκαμε και θα συνεχίσουμε να δουλεύουμε. Οπότε επιτρέψτε μου να εστιάσω στο πώς εμείς βλέπουμε και σχεδιάζουμε.
Και μαζί μας έχουμε τον κύριο Λεωνίδα Χριστόπουλο, υπογραμματέα, και τον κύριο Δημοσένη Αναγνωστόπουλο. Καλησπέρα.
Καλησπέρα.
Yes.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Καλησπέρα σας κυρίες και κύριοι. Σας καλωσορίζω στην ενότητα για την ψηφιακή αυτοδιοίκηση που γίνεται στα πλαίσια του Digital Economy Forum 2020. Έχουμε την τιμή να έχουμε μαζί μας τον Υπουργό Ιστορικών, τον κύριο Τάκη Θεοδωρικάκο, ο οποίος θα ανοίξει τη συζήτηση με μια ομιλία για την ψηφιακή αυτοδιοίκηση. Κύριε Υπουργέ, καλησπέρα σας.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Καλησπέρα σας. Καλησπέρα σας κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα σας. Καταρχήν θέλω να ευχαριστήσω το Σύνδεσμο Επιχειρήσεων Πληροφορικής και Επικοινωνίας για την τιμή που μου έκανε να με προσκαλέσει σε αυτό το φόρουμ. Αισθάνομαι ξεχωριστή χαρά που συμμετέχω. Καλησπέρα.
Θα ξεκινήσουμε τη συζήτησή μας με τον κύριο Απόστολο Τζιτζικώστα.
Κυρίες και κύριοι εκλεκτοί συμμετέχοντες στο πάνελ, είναι πραγματικά χαρά και τιμή μου να συμμετέχω στην σημερινή ιδιαίτερα σημαντική συζήτηση στο πλαίσιο του Digital Economy Forum 2020.
Το μέλλον είναι η αυτοδιοίκηση και η αυτοδιοίκηση πρέπει να είναι ψηφιακή.
Κύριε Μερτζάνη, με ποιον τρόπο πιστεύετε εσείς ότι μπορούμε να κάνουμε την έξυπνη βιομηχανία? Έλατε.
Us to achieve what once seemed impossible? We believe the potential of a data-driven world is infinite. Oceans of information processed in the blink of an eye. Novel approaches to intractable challenges. Insights that fuel breakthrough innovation. Previously undreamed of results. It's all in the data. The possibilities are endless. Researchers identify cures for cancer. Agrobiologists create smart hives to provide food security for the planet. Aid organizations deliver relief faster. Scientists mitigate climate change and utilities provide safer, cleaner energy. New business models build entirely new industries. It's in the data. In a cloud-enabled world, machine learning combines with human ingenuity, and the possible becomes achievable. At Oracle, we help people find the value in data so that they can achieve the extraordinary.